Hey everybody, welcome in. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, cool. My bad. It wasn't showing that it was the microphone was working. Welcome in everybody. Happy Friday. I know y'all see what's on the screen. I made y'all a little TPI cartoon. Y'all can't see it. It cropped it out. It wouldn't let me resize it. But up on the hill on that top right picture, it says Trailer Park Island. Y'all see the rats. Y'all see Uncle Wack is the link between civilization and Trailer Park Island. Welcome in everybody. You see we got Carlissa in there and everything. Um anyway though, y'all, let me put up the background for tonight. This is where we're at with it tonight, you know. As you can see, Junior stroller, and then you got Chrisean and her red stool, the milk bottle, and her two roses on the ground because she's working on getting her two biggest ops up out of here right now. Um, let's do a flashback Friday first, and then we're gonna get into the new content. But while I was putting my thumbnail together for this video, I came across a picture of Chrisean, and it reminded me of something that happened when Chrisean first started her streaming journey. So let's look at that, and then we're gonna get into the content afterwards.
Sis, listen to me, sis. Lay down, lay down.
I'm okay.
No. Go get her. Hey, no, don't try to walk, cause you got the meds in you.
I'm okay.
No. I can't have you walking around right now.
I'm okay. Get off of me.
Now listen, let me pull your pencil, okay? Got T3 here? T3. Or ibuprofen?
Let me
I'll give you medicine, okay? Just one. Let me see if I can give you some water with it. And let's hold on, no.
Hey, Mason.
I know, I'm gonna give you pain, I'm gonna get ibuprofen right now. Sit. Where you walking to? You just wanna walk in circles? Where are we walking to? You're doing this. Where are we walking to? Your room's this way. Come on. Can I get water and ibuprofen, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay. I need real painkillers, y'all. I need real painkillers. Oh my God. You think our people?
Can't get her on camera.
Oh no. You can, I guess. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, where are my shoes? In CPS?
Huh?
In CPS?
CPS.
Who was that for?
Beverly Hills Police.
Oh, for what?
They said somebody had kidnapped kids up here.
No, it's hanging.
They swatting me.
It's hanging. I'm done waiting. Look, I got some fire shoes like you.
Okay, man. You know the vibes. This is clean though.
Was like mine?
It's right. You know I only wear the 4A Jones. No cap.
Where is Sheriff? You left without me?
You need another patient.
I'm in pain. I want to go. Let's go for a walk.
Go get you some pain meds right now, okay?
So that was y'all Flashback Friday for today. Of course, Chrisean is dirty and nasty and ghetto, but y'all see my favorite part about this and the part that I'm still confused on. I'm not completely confused on it because I know Chrisean was broken homeless during this time. But the fact that she has Dr. Trev's clothes on, because do y'all remember that it got exposed that this was Dr. Trev's outfit that she had on? And she walking around with no drawers on underneath, coochie all out. Dr. Trev got to tell her to pull her pants up. Like, how are y'all fans of this, Rocktards? She really got to do the most with everything she does. She could have just went and got her wisdom teeth pulled. She didn't need to stream it. She didn't need to do all this extra shit. But Chrisean is so fucking crazy that everything she does has to be an over the top performance. Like all this extra shit for no reason. This doesn't happen to regular people. She's just doing the most for no reason. Like she's been doing all week. She can't ever just chill, you know? But anyway, let's get off of that topic. Hold on, let me get down. Y'all see the background still. Oh, y'all wanna let's go to Chrisean and her new wig first, since y'all are talking about that already. I got a couple clips for y'all, and then we're gonna get into them.
Doing that. What my identity is like. It's like when y'all met Chrisean, she knew who she was, but she truly didn't know who she was. Like she knew who she was, but the power. She identified very well, but it was like the closer she got with God, the more it was clear who she was supposed to be. And move, bro. We're not even doing that. What my identity is like. All it needs is a little mousse.
Yeah.
This nice hair. This is not synthetic, right?
No, this is human.
She said this not synthetic.
You bring a nice hair. Some synthetic hair look
You're
good.
gonna get your hair done soon too.
Yeah.
Check his butt. Let me see.
No, it's okay.
Come here, Chrisean. Let me get him. You might need to move your hair out of his face.
You think it's his thing?
No, he's sleepy.
I will let him bite me. I will let him bite me.
Hey, baby. Hey, come on.
Give it to me.
I know, but he ready to go to sleep. Are you gonna hold him?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold him.
Chrisean. All it needs is.
So y'all see Chrisean's new do. Yes, she's trying to look like Stunner Girl. You know Chrisean don't have her own personality at all. Like that's when we talk about how crazy Chrisean is, Chrisean really does not just straight up have her own personality. Like she has the multiple personality disorder already that she's already been diagnosed with, but then she picks up pieces of everybody else around her personality, try to portray them. She'll try to portray Jaden to get Blueface's attention. Now she's doing Stunner Girl. Like, when have y'all ever seen Chrisean in a bright pale pink wig like this? Even back when she was on Baddie, she would do like a red or a blue or something like that. You know how she do with her wannabe gang affiliations. But that was it. And now you doing Stunner Girl's colors? Is this her what alter y'all think this is? The feminine one? Or is this the childish one? absolutely a hot mess. That lady say, "Does he stink?" Um, I didn't pay attention if she said that. I know Chrisean said something about um. Wait, are you saying Chrisean, that lady, or are you talking about the lady that she was talking to? Hungry with the black eye. Yeah, this
All in
hold
it.
on. This part right here, where he got his hand in his mouth like that, like how does nobody, for Krishan's fans specifically, like how I don't get how they say that like Chrisean is such a good mom and blah blah blah, and Junior is always doing stuff that like is showing that he's hungry. It don't matter if he's chewing on his arm or putting his hands in his mouth, anything like that. He's hungry because all he can eat is, well, all he drinks is Pediasure and milk. And then she tried to give him what was it, some Kool-Aid or something one time to drink. Oh, hold on. Let me run back real quick. The black eye. So allegedly, Junior got hands and feet put on him again the other day when Chrisean saw that video of Blueface in bed with Jaden and Journey or whatever. I don't know if that's all that triggered it, because you know it's been a hard week for Chrisean. She's trying to get back in Blue's good graces. She's trying to get back in the circus, everything else, and y'all know she takes her anger out on Junior. So I seen him hungry and chewing on his fingers. Yeah, always chewing on his fingers. Yeah, y'all. Like I said before, every time something doesn't go Chrisean's way or something, I always say over on X, y'all say a prayer for Junior tonight. And Chrisean absolutely be putting her hands on Junior. She be taking all her frustrations out on him. Let me see. Oh, the lady she was talking to. I think she did say something along those lines, but because Chrisean said something about his diaper needing to be changed. Was it this clip? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm trying to do like 8 things at once right now. My bad. No, it wasn't this clip. There was another one where she said something about she asked if his diaper needed to be changed or something, and then she looked in his diaper and she said it needed to be changed. It must have been the clip right before this in her stream. I'm gonna play this next clip of her stream though, and then we're gonna get over to her made up storyline.
You got it, Papa. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Stand up. You done? You done? I love you. What's your stories? Okay. You gotta get down. Let me check your butt. I changed your butt before we got in here, but let's try it. Oh yeah, you need your butt changed. You need your butt changed. You got it, Papa. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Stand up. You done? You done? I love you. What's your stories? Okay. You like it.
Y'all, Chrisean looks so fucking crazy. Like, I'm not even talking about the wig cap or none of that. I'm talking about this bitch is dragging her disabled child across the floor, acting like he can walk, knowing damn well he can't. Junior's feet and ankles won't even support his weight for him to even be able to begin to walk. And she's just dragging him across the floor, acting like everything is everything. And like Nature said, looking back at the camera, like she did something for real. Chrisean is sick. And then she's still carrying him around. Chrisean, get him a fucking wheelchair at this point. At this point, Junior is damn near, hold on, let me rewind it back. Junior is damn near a grown-ass man. And Chrisean's still carrying him around. Like, look how big this boy is, and Chrisean just carrying him around everywhere. Let me read y'all comments, and then we're gonna move on into her and her soap opera. And people were saying in other comments that there are herpes on her lips. Hold on. Every once in a while, you catch Chrisean with some herpes on her lips. She definitely got something. Hold on. I feel like on the top left, y'all kind of see it. And then on that bottom lip too, like on the bottom, kind of like in the middle, but over towards the right a little bit. Or I'm tripping. You can kind of see a little something, right? She is a shapeshifter, damn demon. I think so too. I really think she is. I've never seen a no knowledge having like this. She definitely don't look like Senna at all. But you know, Chrisean in her mind, if she thinks she can, she's done it already. As long as she has the idea in her mind, to her, she has it on lock. No matter how far off base she is, she thinks she got it down for real. She is very sick, and I effing hate her, and I don't hate anyone but her. Yeah, Chrisean really is a disgusting person. She truly is. That's why I don't ever feel sorry for her about anything. Even when people start talking about like um her childhood and stuff like that, I just can't feel sorry for her because she is truly a disgusting person. He big but light, starving that child. Y'all remember? I've meant to go get that clip where she was saying that where she was talking about how she was purposely starving him so he didn't get too big. And she's still doing that. Because Chrisean knows that Junior needs like a feeding tube or something like that um to be able to get all the nutrients and stuff he needs, not just drinking Pediasure and milk all day. And then we seen her on her damn stream. They saying she didn't feed Junior for over 24 hours. Like, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's like an all the time thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Chrisean did like on and off days for feeding Junior. Like she skipped feeding him for a day, and then she give him one bottle the next day, and then skip, and then one bottle. I would not be surprised because every time y'all see that bottle, the milk be all thick and curdled looking, and don't let it be chocolate milk. Like every time we see that bottle, that shit be nasty. Um, she got bumped out on the corner of her lips. It do kind of look like it in the corners too, huh? Mm-mm. Y'all know she a dirty bitch. And y'all know we seen Jaden with a bum bump before too, and Blueface. And Blueface, y'all remember Blueface was saying it was keloids, but it was most definitely herpes. My own toddler has always been tiny but tall, but wow, he is so small. Yeah, Junior is big but small for his age. Biggie Smalls. Let me stop. I'm sorry. That's why they stay sleeping with each other. In my opinion, they all infected. Yeah, I wonder like how many infections and diseases have floated around between like amongst the people in the circus. I really do want to know for real. Because like I said, Jaden is included too. There's no way she hasn't had anything in all these years. Um, the way she barely fed the dog. Yeah, Chrisean don't take care of anything. She didn't feed Blue Rock. She don't be feeding Junior. If Chrisean had a goldfish, she would probably purposely starve that too instead of just sprinkling those little few flakes in the water. Um, that's why she got. That's why she got. That's why he's got black now on the back of his tongue. What? It was in that clip I told you just had on. This clip or the one where he was crying. Hold on. I don't hold on. And she just picked him up and he had his hand in his mouth, slow it down. Looks like he's got black flesh probably from yeah, I can't see it as good from this picture, but I get what you're talking about too, because I think I've talked about that before where I think that Junior has had I don't remember if it was up here on X where Junior is probably had like different infections and stuff like that in his mouth. Cause Chrisean doesn't brush his teeth. Chrisean probably hasn't brushed his teeth once. I wouldn't be surprised. If Chrisean has brushed Junior's teeth ever, it's probably only been maybe 5, 6 times. Cause she don't even brush his hair. I know she don't want to be all up in his mouth. And every time there's like a close up of Junior's mouth, it's almost like you can see like build up and how nasty it is. And then, like you said, all he does is drink milk and Pediasure and stuff. And then it's just sitting in his mouth afterwards. And it's just rotting his teeth and everything else. I know Junior's breath has to be absolutely horrendous. And I'm not saying that to be funny either. Like there's no way that Junior's breath doesn't stink. Cause I'm pretty sure he don't have any type of oral hygiene routine at all. Um, he need a feeding tube. She's going straight to hell. Yeah, she Chrisean does not care about Junior at all. That's why I'm still confused on why people love saying that she does because she doesn't at all. You give your child Pediasure milk every other day and he needs a feeding tube. And then how she be sitting around like fake feeding him and stuff. Like when she goes sit at a restaurant, she'll be like, "Oh, you want to try this?" He don't even know the food is in front of him and he can't eat it. Like, mm-mm. Wasn't another channel that a doctor pointed it out and I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I need to find something because, like I said, whenever I see the close ups of his mouth, I can kind of see I can kind of get an idea how it's looking in there, but I don't know, bro. I feel like I've already like accepted Junior's story or whatever, but sometimes when you really start thinking about it, like it's still just really, really sad. Like to see somebody not have any guard for human life at all, including their own child, so much so to the point that they won't even just like do some simple shit like brush their child's teeth. And I know Chrisean barely want to brush her own teeth. The only thing Chrisean ever really tries to do for herself on a consistent basis is slick her baby hairs down. If Chrisean don't have nothing else, she can walk out the house with a dirty face, skin peeling and everything. She can put a filter on over that, right? But she gonna have her damn baby hair slicked down. It don't matter how bad she smells, anything. She gonna have them fucking baby hair slicked down. Junior can't even get his teeth brushed. Let me get a few more comments. No, she's only wearing a bra around this season. Around this season as Junior in a black thick sweater in June. Yeah, I think the reason she's had him in pajamas and sweaters and whatnot is because Junior has been getting the beats. She been putting her hands on Junior. Junior probably has bruises all over his arms and stuff. So that's all she can do is put him in a hoodie to make sure it's covered up. And then like we see the black eye right here too. That's it healed a little bit, but we can still see it. I'm pretty sure Junior has bruises and marks all over him. You want to try this, but then the food still be on the fork and she ends up eating it. Gay and trifle ass bitch. Exactly. Like y'all remember when she was in the restaurant and she was eating that chocolate cake or whatever, and she's talking about she gave him a little piece. Like Chrisean plays so fucking bad, bruh. And people really eat it up still to this day. Still to this day, still eating it up. He looks like Ronnie when he cries. I saw Chrisean. Honestly, I didn't see nobody but Chrisean. Let me see. Yeah, I just see Chrisean. And I'm still. Can we really just for real look at how big Junior is and Chrisean just still carrying him around? I don't see what the issue is with just getting him a wheelchair for real at this point. He already getting SSI checks. I'm pretty sure like he can just get a wheelchair. She'll probably have to put in a little bit on it, but she's a millionaire. So what's according to her anyway, she got a net worth. She got millions of dollars. She made $1.3 million in 3 months, all that. She can afford a wheelchair for Junior. Even if she don't got to be the one to push it, she can afford something. But just sitting him in a stroller, in an infant stroller at that, or carrying him around like he's a sack of laundry or something, still at this big age, she really got to stop. She really got to stop for real. She just puts him on the floor like a folding chair. It's despicable. I can't believe what we're watching on the daily. Yeah. And that's the thing too. Every day Chrisean is doing this shit, and there's still people like, especially when it goes to like the bigger blogs and stuff, like Neighborhood Talk and Shade Room, and it's on site and shit like that. There's still people all in the comments that they act like they've never seen this shit and what's going on, and they'll still make up excuses for her. Like I seen people, I want to say it was the Shade Room. They reposted that video that Jaden did where she was talking about learn the difference between physical therapy and Fisher Price or something like that. And there were still people in the comments talking about her physical therapist probably did recommend that for Junior and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, like she ordered that shit off Amazon just to play in y'all face. Like nobody, Junior cannot walk on his ankles, like his feet and his ankles, they do not support him walking. That would have to be addressed long before anything. All Chrisean is doing is dragging Junior around, making sure she got the camera on the perfect angle so nobody can ever see his legs or his feet or how he's actually moving or how he's being drug around or anything like that. And then she's saying that he's starting to walk. And then you got Chrisean's stupid ass, old ass geriatric fans over there talking about, yeah, Junior's walking. Y'all are hating, y'all are mad, but y'all still are not seeing him walking. Chrisean is just playing. Literally playing with her. She's treating her disabled special needs child like he's a fucking ventriloquist doll. And people are hyping it up and telling her she's a good mom and they're glad she's finally getting Junior help. She is not getting Junior help. She's doing him worse than ever right now. Like, what are we talking about? Chrisean is a sick individual, bruh. I'm wondering why she got a wig put on to box. That wig is coming right back off. She just wanted to live in the moment for a few seconds. That wig is finna come right back off. I guarantee you. It's not gonna be on for days and days and days. Who the fuck like she thinks she was blasting last night? Fuck fact she never left. Exactly. I don't I want to see what's gonna happen next. That's what I want to know. That's what I'm looking forward to. Because Chrisean is out in California doing a lot. She got a whole lot going on. And it's almost like she has a whole lot going on, but then she's also spiraling at the same time, clearly. Like in a whole psychosis right now and just everywhere with it. She beating Junior up, everything else. Like Chrisean got a lot going on right now and she's doing a lot. He's still not the size of a healthy almost 3-year-old. It's insane how she gets away with medical neglect this severe. Yeah, because it's like he's big, but at the same time, like I said, he's small because he's not the size as a toddler his age. Because even I think we talked about it before how he was when he was in the wagon with Luella and Tareen's granddaughter. Both of them are way younger than Junior, but Junior is the same size as them. Not a folding chair. She has zero motherly instincts. Yeah, none. Chrisean was never supposed to be anybody's mother at all. And this is her one and only child that she's ever going to have unless somebody else is foolish enough to put another baby in her. And look how she doing. He needs surgery on his feet before he can even try to walk. Exactly. That's why I don't understand why anybody's hyping this up, because we see Junior's feet and his ankles and how badly his feet are clubbed almost every day now. Every time we see Junior, we have to do a feet check. He cannot walk on those. He can't. I don't know why people like leave that part out. They're just so anxious to think that Junior is going to be thriving when nobody's pouring anything into him for him to be thriving. Like Chrisean just getting up on the camera with him and like staging these little milestones and shit. That's not doing anything for him. She's not getting him any help behind the scenes for real. Junior is not going to nobody. At what point do y'all honestly think Junior is going to physical therapy for the rocktards in the back that think he is? Who? At what point does she have to like? Does she have time to take him to therapy? Because right now, all she's been doing is sitting on the stream talking about Blueface and his hoes, coming up with different narratives of bullshit. Then she'll go to the gym and that's it. That's her whole day. Y'all don't ever see her in nobody's doctor's office, nobody's physical therapy office. Y'all don't see Junior making any type of improvements at all. She take a video of him and then play it in reverse and put it on the internet and tell y'all that he's thriving when all she did was put the video in reverse so she could hide that nothing is going on with him. And y'all fall for it every time. I don't understand. Um, hell no, I pray she stays barren. Yet, I I can't see, like, you have to somebody would have to be extremely stupid to put another baby in Chrisean. Like, to actually lay down with her and run the risk of getting her pregnant, you would have to be extremely stupid. I would not wanna continue that bloodline if I was a man. Yeah, the Malone bloodline needs to end, honestly. They don't need no more than people running around. None of them. Not even just Chrisean, nobody in the Malone family, they don't need to be running around anymore, they don't, at all, especially not Chrisean. Um, I was watching her and she's so performative. I was listening to her in Codes when she had that shawl on her head. Yeah. Whenever Chrisean puts that, something over her head, like her little prayer cloth or whatever, and she just starts running off at the mouth, it gets hard for me to listen to it. It does. 'Cause she's just spouting a bunch of nonsense, and usually it has some kinda, like, evil vitriol or something behind it, and she's trying to talk like, send a message to somebody else, and it's hard to listen to. You have to get surgery first on club feet and have his legs casted, and it takes a lot of time, more than 1 or 2 surgeries. Yeah, Junior is nowhere near walking at all. Nowhere close. And the longer Chrisean waits to get she's first of all, she's not gonna get his feet fixed, obviously. She's just gonna keep on going on stream, holding on to his feet, so nobody can see, well, so she thinks nobody can see what's going on with him, and that's it. But Chrisean is never getting Junior's club feet fixed. She's not. So every time you see her dragging him across the floor, he's not walking. Um mm. Sorry, but this boy does have an expiration date. The doctors told her she knows she don't care, she wants him gone. Yeah, that's true. And let me see, hold on, while we're on the subject. It's covered up a little bit, but y'all know that cross tattoo that she has, like, in the corner under her eye? Chrisean, since she's always on stream answering questions and shit, she should tell everybody what that cross is for. While we're talking about the topic of Junior's expiration date. She should talk about what that cross tattoo under her eye is for Sean, since she be watching my videos. Yeah, she doesn't care at all. That's how she does. Um, oh, thank you. I try. I don't be doing too much, y'all. But I'm glad y'all like the content for real. We literally watched on stream for 24 hours. Where the fuck was their therapy? Yeah, she don't take him to any therapy at all. And y'all know she would show it too, because if she went out her way to buy the little toys from Amazon and set them up, set the stage to make it look like she really be doing therapy and stuff, y'all don't think that if she was actually going to therapy with Junior, that she would take the camera with her in the physical therapy office and be recording his appointments? If she could go out of her way to buy a fucking treadmill for toddlers off Amazon and a little jumper for Junior, and find the right camera angle to set up the phone on the floor, right? So she could hide his feet and hide and, like, not show what was going on with his feet and how he can't he can't put any pressure on his feet for real. He has to be That's why she be putting him in the playpen so he can hold himself up on the edge of the playpen. Because he can't hold himself up on his feet by himself for real. He can't put any weight down on his legs and ankles, and not comfortably. That's why she always has to be holding him up. If she could do all that, she would have took us into a therapy appointment, not just set the camera up and did it at home. While we're talking about, let me go ahead and segue into why we're here today for real. Um, Y'all know we talked about on the last live how Chrisean was lying about the whole Blueface pulling up on her and shit like that. And Blueface, of course, came out and finally exposed her for lying instead of just going along with it. Shout out to Corey once again. He said that's one way to shatter her delusion. Blueface went live and made a fool out of both her and her son Sunny Doe. Nobody believed that story. She been avoiding a real DNA test for a reason. Nobody in their right mind believes she really left him there to watch Sunny Doe. We already talked about the whole DNA thing, so we won't get into that. But here's what he said. Notice all of her content has been centered around Blueface, from the name dropping, the live streams, the attention seeking. At this point, it looks less like a boxing trip and more like a content run designed to shape the narrative. What's crazy is how desperate she is on chasing this Blueface being her baby daddy storyline that she's willing to ignore everything else going on around her. She even managed to alienate the very people who defended her through every controversy, every setback, and every period when Slim wasn't anywhere around. Shawty is so deep in her fantasy that she's trying to assign fatherhood like it's a job. It's a job posting. Blue Blueface didn't apply, didn't interview, and most definitely didn't accept the position. Her delusion is at championship level. She seems so detached from reality that it's becoming concerning rather than entertaining. And the reason I shared this post, right? Me and Corey clearly have two different opinions on who the father is, right? But the part about her like being detached from reality, it is scary at this point. Like the fact that Chrisean is front and center on stage. That's why I got the hold on, let me move myself out the way. That's why I got Junior on stage in the stroller. I couldn't put Chrisean on there, but they said it was being derogatory. So AI said it was derogatory. So y'all get the stroller in the sentiments of Chrisean basically. But it's scary that she's just on stage like this doing all this shit, and you got some people that are like actually believing the shit, but all of it is just her and her delusions and making up shit. Like she really created a whole storyline and all of it was a lie. Um, let me see. Where's this? Here's this video from Blueface if y'all missed it.
Are you really babysitting Junior? You just confusing us all, Blue.
Who's confusing y'all? I don't get the confusing part. Yeah, I don't see none of that going on. Why do y'all think that?
W's too. For my BD. Because Sean needed this bill a long time with his daddy. And that warms my heart. So I'm like so happy about that, about us getting mature and whatnot. Oh yeah, this we jamming. I gotta throw this out.
That's it. Who gonna watch the baby? Me?
Once again, shout out to Corey on the clip. But like, and then right, we seen. Did I bring the text messages up here? No, I got in another post. But we seen Chrisean come out. She gets on live or whatever. Let me play a little clip of her stream responding to Blueface calling her a liar, and then we're gonna get into it.
Be at my fights holding your son? No. He don't want to be front row to my victory. I think he want to be front row, like at my funeral. That's what it's given. Like if I had a funeral, God forbid, he would be front row. He won't even be crying. He'll just be front row. That's evil. But so you don't want to be at my fights holding your son? No. He don't want to be front row to my victory. think he want to be front row, like at my funeral. That's what it's given. Like if I had a funeral, God forbid, he would be front row. He won't even be crying. He'll just be front row. That's evil. But so you don't want to be.
So this is the type of shit that I'm talking about when I say Chrisean is hard to watch sometimes. Like, y'all see how this crazy ass bitch is all up in the camera talking about he wants to be front row at my funeral. Chrisean, everybody want to be front row at your funeral. Everybody want to be front row at your funeral, Chrisean. They could make like just a big ass circle. Like they would have to make like a big ass circle and like hang projector screens down from like a crane or something and display like Chrisean's funeral from how wide the circle would be. Nobody would be able to get like a full view of it, but everybody would be front row. It's not just Blueface. And Chrisean want to be front row at Blueface's funeral too. So I don't like this is the type of shit that I'm talking about though. All up in the camera, talking all low, being all weird and talking about death and shit like that. Chrisean is fucking nuts. And then I put this comment up on the screen, right? To say that you left Junior with Blueface for a week straight. When the fuck have we ever not seen Blueface for a week straight? Like, while he's not incarcerated and he's out on the streets, a free man, when the fuck have we ever not seen Blueface for a week straight? And you left him with him for a week while you were boxing. Chrisean is literally just freestyle lying, bruh. And at this point, she don't even care if it makes sense or not. That's how bad she's crashing out, and that's how crazy she is. She don't even care if her lies make sense anymore. She do not care at all. None of the shit makes sense. Let me show this comment too. I do remember this. Her talking about, she said something about her being Moses and Blueface is David, and then she said something about how the Bible talks about a rock in the Bible and she's the rock and blue is Jesus or some bullshit like that. That's how Chrisean is. She's fucking nuts. She really believes that like her and Blueface and Junior are like actual like biblical characters or something. And then look at her in this picture. I just noticed, like, hold on, let me get the comment off the screen. Y'all see her low-key starting to look like Charlotte for real? Chrisean looks bad. And there's somebody else in the circus that looks bad too. And we're going to talk about her on live tomorrow. And I'm sure y'all know who it is already. But this live is specifically for Chrisean. So I'm going to just leave it at Chrisean for now. But look at baby Charlotte. Chrisean is 26 years old, bro. Chrisean is the second. I think Nevaeh is the youngest in the circus. Chrisean is the second youngest in the circus. And look how she looks, bro. Ugh. Lord. Let me read a few more of y'all comments. Actually, let me not get into the comments because y'all know I get carried away. But we gonna look at, there was a T page that caught Chrisean's lies because, as y'all know, Chrisean came out with text messages to respond to Blueface, and she showed a flight confirmation, and she was saying that those were the text messages that she was talking to Blueface with, right? If y'all have paid any attention to Chrisean over the years, Chrisean has a history of manufacturing whole text conversations. Chrisean likes to play on other people's phones. Chrisean will make a text now number quick and be playing on people's phones. That's what she does. So when Chrisean came out with these fucking text messages and there's people talking about, oh, she just exposed Blueface. No, she didn't. She made up those text messages. And some people are saying that she was talking to 33K in those text messages. So either way it goes, the texts weren't between her and Blue. But she said that the week of May 31st or whatever, that's when Blueface pulled up on her and Junior or whatever, right? But of course, the internet doesn't forget anything, and people went back and pulled the receipts. Blue was laid up with Nevaeh. Look at her, for real, looking like King Harris in in the screenshot. She for real looked like King Harris right here. But but they got the receipts, right? And it's showing that Blueface was streaming with Nevaeh, right? And then we go to the next date. Well, actually, let's go to the receipts, right? So May 31st. That's what she said. LAX to BWI. But Blueface, as we know, was laid up with Nevaeh, right? And then we go here, and it says on June 1st, Blueface streamed all day with Nevaeh and her son. And then look at the little comment on the bottom, right? It says, "Oh my God, she got to be stopped at this point." Then we got a lot of fans talking about it, say May 31st, yeah. And he also was with, not Nevada. He also was with Nevada after the 31st. Chrisean, yes, Karen. Great day in the morning. I agree. Chrisean really got to be stopped. She do. Like, she's doing a lot right now. And Blueface, I think Blueface actually might be a little scared this time for real. Because true enough, Blueface said that the reason why he didn't really call Chrisean out about it or anything like that was because everybody needs content, everybody got to eat, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool, whatever. But this shit is actually insane. For you to come up with the whole storyline, you saying the nigga flew to Baltimore and he spent days with you, and then you lying and saying that you dropped him off for a week. You dropped Junior off for a week with Blueface, and there's never been a whole week where we didn't see Blueface clout chasing ass. That's literally never happened. She just online saying whatever. China. Oh, I thought y'all were saying China was in here. Y'all know I be on high alert sometimes. Her lies just got exposed left and right. She's acted the same way she was with her and Petey. Said Blue was at her. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, all these situations that Chrisean has had, right? Where she's put shit on Blueface that didn't actually happen. So like that situation where she said Blueface pulled up to her house and he ripped all the doors off the cabinets looking for Petey. That was her. And then she tried to tell that lie about how somebody named Al came and got Blue Rock from the house, and really and truly, Chrisean was the one that killed her own damn dog in her manic rage. Like, this shit, Chrisean is psychotic, bruh. Absolutely crazy. The scary thing is people believe her. And facts, Danny. I'm like, I've been out in the comment streets or whatever, right? From, it don't matter if it's YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. And I'm just reading the comments on all these posts talking about how Chrisean is lying. And people are still battling, talking about, oh no, it was Blue that's lying. She showed receipts. All she showed was text messages. All she showed was text messages with no indication whatsoever that they were from Blueface. And then people are still coming back and saying, no, the receipts she showed are still wrong. That's not Blueface, because we see what Blueface was doing on those days. And there's still people battling it. Like, there's still people actually going to bat defending Chrisean for their life, just straight up windmilling in the comments for Chrisean because they want to believe her so bad, and she's straight up fucking lying. The people of the circus and the circus cult members are they are a scary group of people. They are. I'm not gonna lie. Now I do believe they met up to discuss things. Junior didn't say something is happening with that child, not good. Yeah, I believe that at this point they have had some sort of contact now. I don't think that it's necessarily been I don't think it's been good. Not necessarily because of Junior. But yeah, I don't think Junior is doing good either though. But I do feel like probably Carlissa, Blueface, Chrisean, uh, possibly Wack 100. They've probably had some type of a meetup by now that Chrisean is in California and we just don't know nothing about it. Cause like we know they do all work together behind the scenes. Hold on, let me put it back up for just in case any of y'all were late in and didn't see. Y'all see what's going on. Hold on. Y'all see. Wack 100 is the liaison between TPI and Civilization. And y'all see what it says? We on the way, somebody on the island owe me some answers. And then down here in the bottom, y'all can't see it, it's cropped out, but it says I just came to talk, and then it says where's my money at? And then in the middle picture right here, the caption says at the end of the day, y'all owe me money, let's do better. And then on the third page, the last picture, the very last picture on the bottom corner, it says money over everything, and it has the group family portrait all together. That's how it is for real. They've all talked at some point probably since Chrisean pulled up in California. But yeah, that the rest of that storyline, now that the storyline is starting to get out of control, they've probably all talked. But that storyline Chrisean definitely created on her own. That's what it is. At the end of the day, y'all owe me money. That's Wack 100. Wack 100 don't care nothing about nothing. All he wants is his money. Let me get the stage back going. Where was I at? Yeah, and then of course we got June 3rd. So they did the whole week of May 31st, and every day Blueface was streaming. All the days that Chrisean said Blueface was with her and Junior, or Junior was with Blueface, whatever the fuck she said. Every day Blueface was streaming, and Chrisean and Junebug was nowhere to be found. It's a nutbag bonanza. Everybody's crazy. Everybody's crazy. Everybody's dusty. She's unstable but very predictable. She's making him villain right away so she can try to get ahead of it. Won't work. She's very unlikable and mainstream, not gonna lie, but she's trying. Yeah, that's what she's doing. She trying to, and then did y'all see too that she trying to get him she's trying to get him locked back up. Talking about she's gonna tell his PO that he was traveling and blah blah blah. Chrisean is spiraling. She want back in the circus so bad, like it's honestly pathetic for real. Because Chrisean, the thing is, right? Chrisean is always online talking about how she's bigger than the circus. She don't need the circus need her, all that shit, right? But she's spiraling so bad about not being included in the circus, right? That she's willing to make up whole storylines. She talking about niggas traveling across the country and everything else. Niggas watching Junior that ain't watching Junior. Niggas are watching Junior that have never watched Junior before. You know what I'm saying? Like, but she swears that she's not bothered by these people and she's doing good in life and she don't need them, but it's bothering her so bad that she can't be a part of it. And that Blueface really ain't welcoming her into it anymore. It's bothering her this bad. And she just out doing whatever. Like we said, she got the Stunner Girl weave on. And then listen, I didn't talk about this clip, but listen to it real quick, right? Just listen to what she's saying.
Not even doing that. What my identity is, like, it's like when y'all met Chrisean, she knew who she was, but she truly didn't know who she was. Like, she knew who she was, but the power, she identified very well, but it was like the closer she got with God, the more it was clear who she was supposed to be. and move, bro. We're not even doing that. What my identity is, like,
Y'all hear how she's talking about herself? Talking about when y'all first met Chrisean, she didn't know who she was. Y'all didn't know who she was. Like, bitch, what? When y'all first met Chrisean, as she sits here, stun a girl coded, talking about when y'all first met Chrisean. Like, I don't. They really got to put her in a cage or something. At least get a kennel. At least get a kennel. Like one of the ones that they use for like cane corsos or something. Just get one that size. And for now, if we can't lock her up or something, at least at like nighttime or something. Don't even wait till nighttime. 7 p.m. curfew. Chrisean in the kennel every night. And I think she should only be allowed to come out between like 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's good enough. That's good enough. She can handle whatever business she need to. Lord knows she don't have no job. She really not doing nothing besides playing around in the gym and setting up makeshift PT appointments for Junior in the doorway of her bedroom. She ain't doing shit. She don't need to be out she really don't even need that long. But once it hits 7 p.m., she needs to be in her kennel and that's it. They need at least 3 to 4 guards watching the kennel so she don't chew through the bars, but that's what she needs. That's what she needs at this point. A collar too. She got a collar technically. But it needs to be a shot collar for real. Technically she has a collar though. You know, it's the pacifier chain. That's her collar. This is all effed up. Never seen nothing like, not even on the stories. Exactly. And that's the thing too, like a lot of times people, especially like on X and stuff, those of us that cover the circus over there, there'll be people that come in and they're like, oh, y'all just stalk her all day, blah, blah, blah. This shit is literally a modern day soap opera. It is, except for some of it is actually real. Some of it absolutely is just them playing on the internet, but a lot of this stuff is real. And how crazy Chrisean is, this is not an act. That's her for real. Chrisean needs to be locked up somewhere. She should not be on the loose the way she is. What happened to her going to church? I told y'all. She's not going to church no more. Now that she has a story, she had her storyline all made up that Blue had accepted her back and she's out in LA. She got a little money in her pocket. She has a little bit of confidence back and all that shit. Now she's wearing makeup again, all that shit, right? Now that all that's going on, she don't have time for church. Now that some of us have been calling it out that she ain't been to church in almost 2 months. Now that some of us are calling it out, right? She might go this weekend or some point next week, do a little Bible study or something like that. Because she keeps up with the comments and that's how she helps build her narratives too. It's through what people say in the comments. So now that we're calling it out, she might be in there on Sunday. Bible study some. She might. You know how they escorted Michael Myers with the change of 5 officers? That's what she needs. Yes. Chrisean should never be left alone or anything. She need guards at all times. She need to have a muzzle on, like the little Hannibal Lecter mask. She need to have one of them on. Everything. Chrisean is like a maximum security type of bitch. She needs all type of people watching her, people watching out for the innocent civilians, everything else. This shit is crazy. I've never seen nothing like this, especially somebody this crazy and literally the highest of the high in law enforcement. Know this girl is running around just doing whatever she wants and they just let her do it because she's a good snitch. They know she's running around doing whatever she wants, just causing chaos and destruction everywhere she goes. abusing and neglecting her child, everything else, but because she's a good snitch and she can help put big names away because she's in the industry, and those dumbasses in the industry just kept giving her grace and kept letting her around them. And now people just dropping like flies. Because she can do that, she can just run around and do whatever she wants. Crazy. Why isn't she looking like stunning girl? That's who she chose to be today. And then probably, like I said earlier in the live, she's not gonna have this wig on for long. So probably give it like 2 or 3 days and the wig will be off. She'll be back in just the braids. She'll have a fitted on or a snapback, something tilted to the side, channeling her inner Blueface. Channeling her inner Blueface. That's how Chrisean does. She picks what her mind picks what the personality for her of who she's gonna be that day. Her on third person, yeah. Absolutely nuts. Thinking she's sounding prolific or something. Is Charlotte her mom for real? Her grandma and Tessa is her mama? No, Charlotte is her mom. I don't know who started those rumors about Tessa or Tareen, whichever one, being her mom, but it's not. Tessa and Tareen are her sisters. Charlotte is her mom. I know it's not you that started the rumor because there's been other people in the chat that have asked the same thing, but those are her sisters. There's no conspiracy theory behind like any of Chrisean's actual family members. Like Sean Malone isn't her dad. I broke that down to y'all how Ronnie was lying on a live last week. Who else do people have I think that was just it. Sean Malone and Charla. But Charla and Eugene are her parents. Her siblings are her siblings. She hasn't lied about that. Those are actually her true family members. And like we talked about before, Sean Malone is not her dad. Chrisean used to sell pussy for Sean Malone. Chrisean got her name from her uncle. It don't have anything to do with white Sean Malone. Sean Malone is her sugar daddy / pimp / employer, blah, blah, blah. That is not her godfather and that is not her dad. Let's move on from that though. The sugar daddy, yeah. Sean, yeah, that's her sugar daddy / pimp / all that, but of no relation to her at all. They make money and cause chaos and stuff to get. Well, they used to, because he doesn't help Chrisean anymore. Thank you for the super chat. Absolutely love what you're doing over here and on Twitter. Gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate that, y'all. Like I said, I don't be doing too much, but y'all mess with the content. I appreciate it though. I appreciate that. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. If I could give like a word of advice, like if y'all are ever like starting to go down the rabbit hole or anything, stay away from Reddit. I don't know if I have any little Reddit warriors in here, but y'all be making some stuff up. And a lot of people read it and they take it as gospel. So y'all gotta stop for real. A tarot reader on YouTube started that. I'm not surprised. I told y'all to stay away from tarot readers too. I know you're not, Natty Red, but I'm just saying in general. Tarot readers and Reddit. If you're trying to learn anything about the circus for real, stay away from them too. Both of them. The tarot readers, I told y'all the story about one of the most popular tarot readers on YouTube and how she did me when I corrected her information. And the fact that she's still giving out the wrong information today just to go with the popular narrative. So yeah, the tarot readers and the Reddit warriors, you gotta take it with a grain of salt for real. She does look like the white man to me. That's because Chrisean's dad, Eugene Malone is also has Irish in his family too. Like I said, one day, maybe it won't be anytime soon, but maybe one day we'll go down the rabbit hole of Chrisean's family and how mixed up her family is. Because if you really look at Eugene Malone, you can kind of see it in him that he has white in him too, especially like in the nose and mouth area. I don't know if y'all have ever done like a side by side of Sean Malone and Eugene Malone too, but they got some of the same features. Not to say like they're related, but you can tell that Eugene Malone has white people in his family. Um, do you think she's gonna drive to Blue's house? Chrisean probably sitting down the street right now. Is she on stream? If Chrisean ain't on stream right now, she's probably down the street from Blue's house right now. I wouldn't be surprised. If she not down the street from Blue's house, she's probably down the street from Jaden's house. You know the clearest thing, just because you light skin, you got to be white. We come in all colors. Exactly. And I've talked about that before too. Like, just because Chrisean got Charla and Eugene as two, and they really not dark. Charla and Eugene both are really not dark, but they're darker than Chrisean. Just because you have two parents that are darker than you, that doesn't mean that that's not your parents. Black people literally can create any shade at all. That does not mean that those are not her parents just because Chrisean is light skinned. I don't know who told y'all that. Just like y'all see with Jaden and Blue, right? Blueface is darker. He's like a dark caramel, right? And Jaden is alabaster. And they mixed themselves together, and them kids came out with the same skin tone as Blueface. If we're gonna go off the whole light skin narrative, whatever, right? Charla is black and Sean Malone is white. When it comes to Blue and Jaden, shouldn't both of them kids be lighter than what they are? Shouldn't they be lighter than what they are if we're gonna go with that whole, oh, because Chrisean is light skinned, Sean Malone is her dad thing? Y'all, I'm not saying I'm not saying y'all in the chat, but to people that are running that narrative that like Sean Malone is her dad because she's light skinned, y'all pick and choose for real. Y'all pick and choose when stuff makes sense and when it doesn't. We'll leave it there. But yeah, exactly. Eugene's mom is lighter than Chrisean is. That lady is extremely light skinned. Yes, stalking. Absolutely. Y'all remember before Chrisean went back to Baltimore, but when she first got her car or whatever, right? And she was living in the car with Junior, and Chastity came down and visited Chrisean, and she was trying to show her how to be clean because Chrisean and Junior was in the car stinking or whatever, right? Chastity said that Chrisean was stalking Blueface. Y'all remember that? She did a live, and in the live she was talking about how Chrisean said she was about to go stalk Blueface, which we already knew she was stalking him because every time Blueface would do a stream or he would hang out with somebody on camera or something like that, Chrisean would make it her mission to try to link up with the exact same person. So like when Blueface did that stream with Ryan Garcia, right? And then a few days later or the next week or something like that, Chrisean magically has a stream with Ryan Garcia. And then after the stream with Ryan Garcia, she tagging Ryan every few minutes on her stories, calling him Superman, everything else. And then when Ryan said he would never fuck her, when Ryan said he would never in a million years, he said disgusting. Then Chrisean tried to switch up and act like it was Ryan that was chasing after her. Y'all remember that? Chrisean is delusional, just whacked out. I mean, yes, alabaster. Jaden is alabaster. Oh, my mom is light, my dad caramel, my brother high yellow, my sister mid yellow, I'm mocha. Yeah, and that's how my family is too. Like both of my parents are caramel. Me and my brother are both caramel, but my sister is dark skinned. But there's no question about who her dad is, who her parents are at all. She looks just like my dad. You know what I'm saying? Like we really can make any skin tone. And whenever I hear people talking about, oh, Chrisean is light skinned because Sean Malone is her dad, it just gives ignorant for real. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I'm not talking to nobody in the chat or anything like that. I'm just saying in general, if that's the narrative we're going with. I would even be, as far as like actual looks, I could go more off of that because looks are subjective, you know? Like I don't think Junior looks like Ronnie, but some people do. But when we're talking about skin tone and how people are, the skin tone that they are, you really can't do too much with that. If you're black, you cannot do too much with the skin tone debate, especially if you're known to have light-skinned people in your family. Um, yes, Alabaster. The fact the Circus don't want this girl around the kids, Nevaeh better watch out. Yeah, and I'm starting to think too that the reason Nevaeh went home for real is because they knew Chrisean was on the way. I'm starting to feel like that. Because even though they get online and they play about like the paternity of Nevaeh's kid and stuff like that, right? Nevaeh is still pregnant with a child. She's still pregnant. Like the safety of that child, some people actually do take the safety of pregnant women and their unborn children seriously. So I'm starting to wonder if that's the real reason she left, because they knew Chrisean was on the way. And Chrisean, it's like Chrisean is predictable, but also her behavior is clearly escalating. Like even though she's done a lot of this same shit before, she has a lot of it going on all at the same time, and it's like she's starting to lose track of herself for real. Like she's losing track of her alters and what they're doing. The alters aren't communicating with each other anymore. It's starting to get extremely chaotic. So it's probably best that Nevaeh is not in that house with Blueface for real. Remember that said he wanted to go on a date, but it was rock climbing. Yeah. And she talking about, oh, he said he wanted to stream, so why is he trying to go on a date with me? Rock climbing is like a date. Chrisean, shut the fuck up. Wasn't nobody trying to go on a date with your ass? Didn't nobody, literally the only people that thought that were talking about Chrisean and Ryan being a couple and blah 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 and feeding into that bullshit was Chrisean and her fan base. It wasn't Ryan Garcia, it wasn't his fan base or anything like that. It was literally just Chrisean and her fan base. And then when he when he rejected her, then it was a problem. Whoopty, ever seen the movie Behind Her Eyes? I feel like I've seen bits and pieces of it. It sounds familiar. I don't think I've ever seen the whole movie though. Is it about a crazy bitch like Chrisean? Still gotta watch Split too, because that's supposed to explain some stuff about like Chrisean's condition a little bit better. I might have to add that one onto my list too, though. Y'all better get security for Nevaeh. Everybody needs security at this point. I don't know. Jaden is around there on stream, fucking around, worried about Nevaeh, listening to diss tracks to Nevaeh and all that shit. Jaden should actually be packing her kids up and heading to wherever her mom and her sister live at now. That's what I would be doing. I would not be worried about what the fuck Nevaeh is doing and sitting around streaming with Sam's big ass. Me and my kids would have been gone. Carlissa and Blueface would have had to figure that demon out by herself, but I would have been nowhere around for her to touch me or mine. Told Blueface. Y'all know what I said about Junior's hair color too. They were saying that Blueface had not Blueface. Junior. I keep calling Junior Blueface, baby Blueface. Junior had hair like Ronnie. He had sandy blonde hair like Ronnie, or sandy brown hair. And once again, Ronnie didn't have sandy brown hair, and Junior's hair is light like that because he's malnourished. Like a lot of Junior's, I don't think people understand that a lot of Junior's looks literally come from his condition, not who he looks like. That's why I say, for the most part, Junior just looks like Chrisean and his disabilities. Like when y'all say that Junior looks like Ronnie, number one, the majority of the time, the pic of Junior that's being used is filtered. It has a little touch of AI on it, something like that, right? And then on top of that, blue once again, Blueface, baby Blueface. Junior, he has features of FAS and everything else. So are y'all saying Ronnie looks slow? Like I don't get it. And like I said too, looks are subjective. So even though I don't see Ronnie, I feel like a lot of y'all just be forcing the whole I see Ronnie thing, but maybe y'all actually see it. I just don't. But a lot of Junior's looks and characteristics are literally just based on his disability and then the way he gets treated and taken care of or lack thereof. I'm just saying. On top of that, she puts heavy filters on him all the time. Some pictures of him don't even look alike. Exactly. Junior got about 1,000 different faces, honestly, because it's like Chrisean will get consistent with using a filter, like one specific filter, and then she'll forget which one she used or something. And now, boom, Junior got a new face. Like if I were to line up like 20 pictures of Junior right now, at least he would have at least 18 different faces. Because like I said, I think there's only like 2 to 3 pictures, like completely raw, unedited, unfiltered pictures of Junior that exist on the internet. And none of them look like these pictures that y'all be putting up next to Ronnie. I'm going to keep it all the way 100. Y'all know I showed y'all a picture on a live last week where people acknowledged that the photo was AI and that it was severely edited and that Junior did not look like that. And somebody still put it up next to a picture of Ronnie talking about they look alike. That's how bad some of y'all be forcing the narrative. And I don't even think y'all stop and think about it for real. Y'all just want to say that Junior is Ronnie's child so bad and they look alike so bad, but you're using an AI picture, damn near, because that picture was filtered so bad to the point that it looked like it was straight up AI, and y'all put it up next to a real picture of Ronnie and said that was his son, and that they look so much alike. It gets to a point for real. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, and notice how people interact or not with him on video. Yeah, most people don't try to do too much with Junior. And that's sad too, for him to be almost 3 years old and he's constantly around other people. And most people don't even try to interact with him at all, or they'll do a little 1-2, say hey or something like that. They see Junior just staring up at the ceiling and they go on about their business. That's sad. And I'll never get over that time. Who was it? Was it T? Was it T or Mariah? I think it was T that was looking in Junior's stroller that time, and she jumped back when Chrisean opened the stroller. And I don't know now, right? Because some people say that Junior, he be in the stroller stinking. I don't know if she jumped back because the stroller had a smell, or if she jumped back because of what she's seen as far as what Junior actually looks like. You know what I mean? Like, I want to know the answer though. On top of that, she puts up yeah, I think I read that one. All Junior pics are filter unless he's live, but even then she tries to cover his face. Yeah, when she's live or she's on Snapchat or something, she'll try to keep his face covered up. Like, do y'all remember? I know y'all remember this. It wasn't even that long ago. That live where Junior was he was sick and coughing in the back seat or whatever, and people were calling CPS and calling the police because they thought Junior was just gonna go ahead and check out right then and there on that live. And she got him from the back seat, but she didn't want nobody to see what he looked like, so she covered up his face with her hand. And then I showed on we talked about it on one of the lives last week about that time she pulled up to Blueface's house and she had Junior on the front seat and she put the blanket over his face. Like, she really be doing the most to try to cover up what he really looks like on camera. And that's for a reason. Supposedly, Junior looks absolutely crazy in person, in real life. And I'm not saying that like no shade to Junior, but that's just how it's been described. That Junior doesn't look at all in real life like the pictures that Chrisean posts on the internet. And I told y'all, like, we went over how Chrisean and Ronnie were playing on the internet together, right? I would not be surprised at all if on some of the pictures of Junior too, Chrisean purposely edits them to try to like give him some of Ronnie's features so that she can keep playing with y'all. Cause that's all just another storyline for her too. And she's using that storyline to keep y'all from talking about the real reason Ronnie was murdered. She don't want nobody talking about that for real. That's why she does stuff to keep the whole Ronnie may possibly be the father thing alive too. Because Chrisean absolutely does do stuff to keep that narrative alive. Just like she be on her burners putting that shit out sometimes. I don't think a lot of people understand like how crazy Chrisean truly is. Like the shit Chrisean does is absolutely insane. And it's like some of us know about it and we'll talk about it, right? And to people, there's still some people that don't believe it. Like they don't believe how crazy she actually is. He sounded in real pain today in the wig store. I think so too. And I think I didn't get this post, but I think Corey posted on his page and he said something about how um after Chrisean drug him across the floor pretty much or tried to make him walk, that Junior looked like he was in more pain than he was before. So that should show you right there, like all she's doing is playing. She's not helping him in any way whatsoever. She said check his butt. Yeah. Mm. Also, when couples are together for long periods of time, they start to look alike. Don't ask me how I know. That's true too. Because like I said the other day, um, Ronnie is to Chrisean what Jaden is to Blueface. They've been together since they were kids. It don't matter how many times, just like it don't matter how many times Blueface cheats on Jaden, she's still gonna run back to him. It don't matter how many times Chrisean cheated on Ronnie. And Chrisean used to fuck Ronnie's friends too. We talked about that over here. About how Chrisean used to fuck Ronnie's friends just like Blueface be fucking on Sadie. And Ronnie was still willing to do whatever for Chrisean. Even when Ronnie said wasn't Ronnie the one that bought that story to the internet about how Chrisean put a gun to his mom's head? And he was still fucking with her afterwards. All he did was beat her up, but he was still fucking with her afterwards. I don't care who you are. You put a gun to my mom's head. There will be people coming out the woodwork that you've never seen in my family before that'll make sure that your bloodline don't keep running pretty much. Like everybody would have to go about that. It wouldn't just be one single person. But Ronnie he did not care at all. He loved Chrisean with all his heart. He loved her with all his heart. She could do no wrong. Chrisean could literally get away with murder with Ronnie. Literally. Because didn't he sit down and do time and claim that he murdered somebody that he didn't just so Chrisean wouldn't have to do any time for it? And once again, for some reason, people don't think that he would get up on the internet and lie to them about being Junior's father. Ronnie would do anything for Chrisean. Literally, me and my have a beauty mark on the tip of our noses, which we didn't have when we met. Yeah, I've heard about that. The longer you stay together, y'all start looking alike. Yeah, y'all didn't hear about that story? Maybe one day we'll go over like a few stories of shit that happened between Ronnie and Chrisean back in the day. And how Ronnie just let her get away with everything. Soul ties. That's not love, it's obsession. Yeah, I think they say that the women in Chrisean's family, they be dibbling and dabbling with witchcraft and black magic and stuff like that. There's a lot of similarities. Just like I said that um Ronnie is to Chrisean what Jaden is to Blueface. There's a lot of similarities between Blueface and Ronnie as it relates to Chrisean too. Because y'all remember, like, back around the time, I think it was at the abortion appointment on Crazy in Love, Blueface was talking about how he caught Chrisean in the bed with another man and how he had caught her cheating with 10 dudes and blah blah blah, and he still takes her back and he still loves her and all this bullshit, right? That's the same shit Ronnie used to do. They said that Chrisean would get caught fucking Ronnie's friends, and Chrisean would tell Ronnie, "Who gives a fuck?" Like, she didn't care about his feelings on the subject at all. She was just gonna keep fucking his friends. And that might as well be what Blueface does, because did y'all see a few days ago or last week or something like that how Blueface told the story again about how he cheated on Jaden with Sadie? And that nigga was laughing, talking about him made his nipples hard and all that. And then there's people in Jaden's comments. And we're gonna do a live about Jaden's fans tomorrow and Jaden, because it's like y'all get worse by the day. But anyway, there's people in Jaden's comments still hyping her up about her and Blueface being together. And that nigga literally takes pride and joy in the fact that he was sleeping with her best friend. But once again, Jaden has all this smoke for Nevaeh. And I want to say this too. I know I said I was going to leave this all on Chrisean, but let's take a break from Chrisean for a second since we're already here. I'm not going to say that Jaden is jealous of Nevaeh. But I think that the reason Jaden has so much pressure for Nevaeh is because Nevaeh is like the reminder to Jaden that it doesn't matter what she does for Blueface, it'll never be her. Like, the reason why I said that, right? I'm saying I don't think Jaden is jealous of Nevaeh. But Jaden has been through everything with Blueface. Everything. Every fucking thing she has been through with Blueface, and he finds a way to fuck her over every single time. Cheating on her constantly. She always got to look like the fool in the situation. He's sleeping with her best friends. He's telling her business. He's pillow talking about her to other people, especially fucking crackheads, everything else, right? And I think while Blueface was in jail, he was telling her, when I get out, I'm going to be done with Chrisean. I don't have nobody else. It's just going to be me, you, and the kids, blah, blah, blah. And she rode with him through everything. The whole time he was in jail, even when he's sitting around talking crazy about her and everything else, she's still just riding with him. Y'all remember when Blue first got out of jail, he dogged Jaden completely out. And E. Kane came out and she said something about Blueface. Didn't have nothing to do with Jaden, but Jaden still jumped in at defending Blueface. It don't matter what that nigga does to her. She's still going to take him back and she's still going to keep riding with him, right? And so while he's in jail, he was probably feeding her all that jail talk too. And she thought he had finally learned his lesson. When he gets out, it's just going to be them and the kids and blah, 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 right? Because that's the life Jaden really wants. That's the life Jaden really wants, is it just to be her, Blueface, and the kids, nobody extra, him not cheating, nothing like that, right? She don't want none of that. She don't want no part of that for real. But instead of him doing that, right, when he got out, he went and got Nevaeh pregnant, allegedly. And now Nevaeh is living in the house with him. And she's over at her house. But yet, you got Javon telling him on stream, the only time mom is happy is when you're here. We see it. The only time Jaden is happy is when Blueface is in front of her, because anytime Blueface ain't around, all she can do is sit around, talk about the next bitch or talking about him. Nevaeh ain't said shit to Jaden, ain't been studying Jaden. And wasn't Jaden just on live listening to a diss track that wasn't even funny for real? It really wasn't. It was tired as hell. Going out her way to listen to a diss track that was made for Nevaeh by one of her exes. That's Jaden's whole life is Blueface and his hoes. She is miserable. She is miserable, but Nevaeh is that reminder that it don't matter what she does for Blueface. It's never going to be her. And don't get me wrong, it's never going to be Nevaeh either. It's never going to be Nevaeh either. It's never going to be Chrisean. It's never going to be nobody. Because we already know over here, Blueface really wants him a man. It's never going to be Jaden. And that's the other thing too, Jaden. You didn't saw that man throwing it back and moaning while he was in prison, and you still fighting for his love, and it's never going to be you. We seen Blueface getting head from Jaden on live. That man didn't even look interested. He didn't even look interested. He was more interested in looking at himself in the camera. And then she got to watch a video of him throwing it back in prison. I mean, getting his back beat in, and allegedly he was moaning. Allegedly, a man was pleasing him and Jaden couldn't even do it. This is why Jaden be drinking as much as she do. I'm sorry, but this is why she be drinking as much as she do. I know people hate to hear it, but that bitch be sloppy drunk because she hates her fucking life, and I would too. Let me read the comments and we're gonna get back to Chrisean. I ain't even try to take a break for Jaden like that. We gonna talk about her tomorrow. Like buy her own stuff and say somebody else bought it. Yep. I was gonna mention the story Blue told about Sadie. Yeah. That shit, that's how you know that Blueface does not give a damn about Jaden for real. I don't give a fuck what the J-Cats say. Blueface do not give a damn about that girl. The way he takes pride and he laughs at telling stories where Jaden was obviously hurt in the situation. Like, once again, that story on Jason Lee where he was talking about how Jaden walked in on him and Chrisean having sex while Jaden was pregnant on the day of her gender reveal. And that nigga was laughing about it while he was telling it, and Jaden was sitting next to him, clearly upset about it still. And then he's having sex with her best friend and talking about his nipples got hard from it, and he liked that kind of shit. But once again, Jaden don't have no real smoke for Sadie about it, but for Nevaeh, somebody that owed her no loyalty whatsoever. And once again, Blueface and Jaden were not together while Jaden was pregnant. So whatever Nevaeh posted on OnlyFans, it just is what it is. Like, when I tell y'all, these people are so pathetic, bruh. It's sad and it's pathetic and it's birds. It just Jaden's comments is the bird's nest. That's what I'm gonna start calling her comment section, is the bird's nest. For real. We gonna talk about her tomorrow though. It's like Chrisean must have broken Ronnie's heart, but finally get the same treatment from Blueface. In a way, yeah, but like I said, I think Chrisean more so hates Blueface than actually loves him. Because if you think about it, right? Chrisean so badly, she wanted that life too. Like Jade, here's the thing. Jaden hates her life, but Chrisean wants Jaden's life. That's how broken and miserable everybody in the circus is. Jaden, to somebody that's actually loved properly and they have self-respect for themselves, and they're a part of a loving family, and they have people around them that genuinely love them, and they have like a life, they have a full fulfilling life. People like that, they look at Jaden's life and they say ill about it. Nobody would want to live a life like Jaden's. Anybody that's actually truly living a good life where they are truly loved and they have people that love them back for real, they would look at Jaden's life and say ill, and they would run. But Chrisean is so broke mentally, morally, spiritually, all that. She looks at Jaden's life and she wants Jaden's life. And both of their lives are just piss poor. And you got one that just want to be like the other one for real. Like, when I really start thinking about this shit, like, I swear it just gets worse and worse and worse as I think about it. Chrisean said Blue wanted to get away from streaming for a few days. Jaden said no more kids. Now she slept with girls too with him. We're gonna get into it tomorrow. I don't want to get too deep into it today and take away from Chrisean's shine today. But I really can't stop. I know a lot of people, they're gonna be like, oh, you're a Jaden hater. It is egregious at this point. Jaden's behavior is fucking egregious at this point. It is. And the only thing more egregious than Jaden's behavior is the fucking birds that she has as fans. Like the shit that I was looking at today in Jaden's comment section. If y'all get time, or even if y'all want to do it now, go to Instagram and look at Jaden's newest post, not her story or anything like that, but what's actually posted to her page. And look in that fucking comment section. And I really want y'all to take it all in if y'all haven't done it yet. But it is nothing but birds in that fucking comment section. The last time I visited it was probably maybe 6-7 hours ago or something. So when I was there, it was still a little premature possibly. So it might be a little more age now, and there might be a little bit more sense going on in there right now. But when I seen it, nothing but birds. Just delusional ass birds. Anyway, he dodged so many questions on that stream. Was happy as fuck to tell the story to embarrass Shay. He just has to step on her a little bit, and that's facts. He be going out his way to tell a story that makes Jaden look like the fucking fool. That's what I mean, though. That's what I mean when I say that Blueface does not love that girl. Any man that actually loves you, number one, he's not pillow talking to nobody about you, and he's definitely not finna get up on the internet and start telling the whole world about something that makes you look stupid and makes you look crazy. A man that don't play about you for real. And Blueface is not that to Jaden. But Blueface is very fucking playful when it comes to Jaden, actually. He truly is. I don't know how anybody looks at Jaden and Blueface and they be like, oh, well, he loves her so much. Who? Y'all, I can tell that y'all have never had nobody that loved y'all if y'all are running around saying that. And I'm not even saying that to be funny or to be mean or anything like that, because it's actually sad that y'all look at how Blueface treats that girl and y'all don't see like that he has no love or respect for her at all. He does not value her at all. I don't understand that. But that's the part of the circus that they have to get online for the propaganda to keep it going, the advertisement for people to tune in. See, and that's what I'm saying though. Like if Blueface is going to run the circus, right? Why couldn't he find somebody else to play his fool every time? Why is it Jaden that does it? All the girls that he has running in and out the circus, all the girls that he could use, why is it Jaden that has to play the fool every time if he absolutely values her? And then when we see Jaden stream, right? If y'all go on like any of the Blueface clip pages or whatever, right, from his stream and Jaden streams, because usually they do Jaden and Blue streams. If you look at like all the clips from Jaden's live, right? 98% of all the clips that have ever been posted of Jaden streams are literally just her talking about Blueface, one of Blueface's hoes, or that's it really. Every once in a while, Journey might run in the stream, Javon might run in the stream, something like that. But the majority of the clips from Jaden's live is just her sitting around being miserable. And then once again, Jaden's delusional ass fans, they talking about, oh, she needs to go to Streamer University. She needs to go to Streamer University and do what? And I remember I said when they first started talking about Jaden going to Streamer University, right? I said that Streamer University is not for Jaden. And people were offended. They were talking about, oh, well, she's a streamer and streamer university is for upcoming streamers. Yeah, for people that take it seriously. Sitting in a room talking about the next bitch all day, you're not even just any next bitch, your baby daddy's other girlfriends and other baby mamas. That's all you do all day. That's all your stream is about. That's not what Kai is doing streamer university for. And like I said before, and the same goes for Chrisean. Chrisean and Jaden both, they're not getting any new fans from streaming. All the people that are fans of that were already fans of Chrisean and been riding with her for the longest, that's the only people on her streams, and the only people on Jaden streams are people that have been fans of her for the longest and been riding with her for the longest. Both of them are going to hit a plateau when it comes to the streaming shit because they're not getting anybody new from it. And not everybody is willing to sit around and listen to the circus for real. Because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, if the backstory behind the circus and all the shit that goes on behind the scenes wasn't so interesting and scandalous and downright sometimes damn near unbelievable, I would not be paying attention to this shit. I don't really care about all this shit that these people do. But when you see what's going on behind the scenes and you can break things apart and look at how people like really feel about things like Jaden for real, that's what makes this shit interesting to me. All this back and forth about paternity, who's the father of this child that literally nobody cares about in the circus. I don't give a damn about all that for real. I don't. Junior's situation is sad or whatever, but that whole paternity thing, now that we already like, well, those of us who choose to believe it, we have the answer to it. It is what it is. Nothing's happening to anybody. Nobody's dying over DNA tests or anything like that. And all this shit that they manufacture just to put on the internet, like Blueface and his Taco Bell bag with Chrisean's name on it and shit. I don't really care too much about that. I'll speak on it, but I don't really care too much about that shit. And most people are not sitting around willing to care about it either if they haven't been paying attention this far. So they're not gaining any new fans from this shit. Both of them are going to reach a point where they're no longer making new money off of it. And neither one of them should be on nobody's streamer university. And y'all see Carlissa's big ass was trying to get on streamer university too. She ought to be a fucking shame to herself. She ought to be ashamed of herself. Supposed to be the matriarch of a family. What, she's 52, 53, something like that. And she's talking about she need to go to streamer university. For what? That bitch just want to be seen so bad. So bad. She cannot stand the fact that she couldn't make it into Hollywood in her 20s and she's still just fighting to be seen at every damn turn. So bad to the point that she's 50 years old, should be focused on her man and spending time with her grandkids and stuff like that. Instead, she can't even wash her face in the morning and brush her teeth before she gets online, involving herself in her son's bullshit. Like, I've never seen somebody that old be such a fucking clout chaser, bruh. And then really, once again, still has the nerve to call herself the Black Kris Jenner. I can't stand Carlissa's ass. And people really be talking about, I love Carlissa for what? Since when do you see somebody's grown ass mama act the way Carlissa does and be like, oh, I love her? Like, a lot of people be fanned out, just fanned out for no reason. Carlissa will do anything for fame. Absolutely anything. Absolutely anything. Exploiting her grandkids, exploiting her kids, inviting crackheads into her family, all that. She will do anything for fame. Kris Jenner playbook. Carlissa messing up the play. She messing up the play for real. Money for money for wigs, purse, and chains. Carlissa want to be around them young boys. You know she do. Carlissa, yep, she want a little attention. That's part of it too. She want to be around the young people. She want to see who she can talk into letting be their manager or whatever. Y'all remember when Glorilla's sister first came out, Brorilla? and Carlissa tried to scam her, whatever. It was like scamming her fans or whatever. So basically, she was advertising herself as Brilla's manager, and she was booking shit for her and keeping the front end, and not to, and she wasn't Brilla's manager. So it's not like she was telling Brilla like, "Hey, I booked this for you. You got this job to go to." Anything. She was literally just booking jobs as her manager and then accepting the payment for the front end. And y'all remember Carlissa tried to act like she didn't know what was going on, talking about at first she tried to say, "Oh, I got bigger stuff to worry about. I'm not anybody's manager, blah, blah, blah," right? And then when Brilla really exposed her about it, she was like, "Well, I was just trying to help you." Carlissa ain't shit either. Carlissa, that doesn't that sound like some shit Chrisean would do too? Remember, we said Carlissa ran so Carlissa walked so Chrisean could run. They are the same damn person. They really are. Um, and then she always has to take credit for something and say they got from me. I started that. Yeah. That and that's the thing too with Carlissa is she don't like to acknowledge like where she fucked up with her kids. Like her last rant that she went on about Dre and Blue probably like a month or so ago. She was like, "We don't want to hear what they have to say anymore about what happened during their childhood because I did this and I did that. They went to auditions." Like them going to auditions made up for her being a shitty mom. Because clearly neither one of them benefited from those auditions that they were going to. I haven't seen Blueface in nobody's movie, on nobody's TV show besides Crazy in Love and his own Blue Girl shit. Those aren't TV shows. Those are that one he made up on a streaming platform during COVID just as a way to make money. And then the other one he did for Zeus Network. I haven't seen Blueface on nobody's big screen. Dre is on nobody's big screen, but always in a big house. Dre stay in the big house. Like Callie, they talking about Callie lives in an RV now. So you got a glorified prostitute that lives off the grid as a daughter too, on top of what you have as sons. Carlissa didn't do nothing right. Um, Dre been to the psych ward. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dre been to the psych ward. He's been in prison. Everything else. Blue just got out of prison. They saying Blue got word on the street. Allegedly. Allegedly Blue got his own mental health problems too. They're just not as bad as like Chrisean or Dre or anything like that. But supposedly he got some mental stuff going on too. But Carlissa loves that illusion that she just raised some stars and she knows what she's doing. And Carlissa be acting like she didn't turn people into millionaires for real. And Carlissa was so anxious to get on that when Blueface signed a deal with Wack 100, she didn't even have nothing to say about it. She didn't even have nothing to say about it. She just thought her son was finna make some money for real. And now it's years and years later, and look at how they living. She's supposed to be the mom that's rich and put up and put away. Her son is a famous rapper, all that shit, right? And instead, she online every day trying to keep shit rolling so she can keep a little few scraps coming in so they can keep the lights on. Instead, he go to jail and she got to pay the utilities at his house because he can't pay his bills while he's locked up. Instead, he got to depend on his baby mama to pay for candy and shit for him while he's locked up because he's that down bad. Like Carlissa didn't do nothing right with them kids either. She loved talking about Chrisean's mom, but Carlissa is not much better at all. Ew. Carlissa was in the Thong Song video? Nah, let me go see. I saw her on I watched Soul Plane a few weeks ago. And I seen her on Soul Plane and I remember her little role from Friday After Next. But I didn't know she was in the Thong Song. Let me go see. Y'all be in here playing with me. Uh I can't put it up on the screen because they're gonna copyright me. But let me review real quick. Let me play y'all a commercial break. Actually, hold on a second. I got something for y'all. Hold on, let me get this off the screen. And then shout out to McQueen for this clip here. Here y'all go.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like a remedial baby. Oh, yeah. It's like a slow ass baby. You know what I'm saying? You talking to a dumbass kid in class, nigga. Bitch, I said red nose or blue nose.
You a red nose or a blue nose?
Blue nose.
If a dumpster could talk, blue nose, blue nose.
Are we going to Michael Jackson's house tomorrow?
Yeah.
You gonna water the giraffes and all that?
I thought they got the people for that.
I wonder what this nigga is thinking right here. Cause I be like, yo, he talking to her like she just a special ed 5-year-old. Look, you wanna go to Disneyland? Yeah, bro, yeah. No, for real, you wanna go to Disneyland? No, stop. I won't go to Disneyland.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like a remedial baby. Oh, yeah. It's like a slow ass baby. You know what I'm saying? You talking to a dumbass kid in class, nigga. Bitch, I said red nose or blue nose.
You a red nose or a blue nose?
Blue nose.
If a dumpster could talk, blue nose, blue nose.
Are we going to Michael Jackson's house tomorrow?
Yeah.
You gonna water the giraffes and all that?
I thought they got the people for that.
I wonder what this nigga is thinking right here. Cause I be like, yo, he talking to her like she just a special ed 5-year-old. Look, you wanna go to Disneyland? Yeah, bro, yeah. No, for real, you wanna go to Disneyland? No, stop. I won't go to Disneyland.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like a remedial baby. Oh, yeah. It's like a slow ass baby. You know what I'm saying? You talking to a dumbass kid in class, nigga. Bitch, I said red nose or blue nose.
You a red nose or a blue nose?
Blue nose.
If a dumpster could talk, blue nose, blue nose.
Are we going to Michael Jackson's house tomorrow?
Yeah.
You gonna water the giraffes and all that?
I thought they got the people for that.
I wonder what this nigga is thinking right here. Cause I be like, yo, he talking to her like she just a special ed 5-year-old. Look, you wanna go to Disneyland? Yeah, bro, yeah. No, for real, you wanna go to Disneyland? No, stop. I won't go to Disneyland.
You know what I mean?
I thought y'all would like that one. Y'all think Junior looked like Blueface dad? I don't think I've really ever compared them before. I can't say yes or no. And like I said, I don't really think Junior looks like Blueface either. I think like I said, I see Journey at an angle a little bit. So of course, in some ways, he'd probably have to look like Blueface for that to happen. But I don't know. When I look at him, I don't specifically see Blueface either. So sounds just like a man that was smoking crack all his life. She do. Chrisean sounded absolutely crazy, but that's because she had just got done smoking too. And y'all know she likes to tell people she don't smoke or drink, but she does. Well, we see where the cognitive delays come from. The effect now they both look crazy and unmedicated. DDG was disgusting. You could tell he was ready to go the whole time Chrisean was in there. You could tell. Wooly trying to take me out of here with this. I don't know how many times I've actually watched that clip. Like, since it first came out, I've had to have watched it well over 100 times by now, honestly. What's the name of this content creator? His name is McQueen. Um, it had it on the bottom of the damn clip, but I think it made me crop it out. Let me see. I want to say he's on Twitch, YouTube, and possibly Instagram. Hold on. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I forgot to say I did see Carlissa in the thong song video too. Um y'all know I had to do my own investigation. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, his YouTube is McQueen on Air. Like me McQueen, McQueen, and then on Air. And then y'all can find the rest of his socials from there, I guess. Um Why y'all hate Nevaeh's voice? Nevaeh is just a little ghetto. Thank you, Auntie JoJo. I appreciate it. I can't stand Nevaeh's voice either. Sound like a high ass Elmo. I think I'm more annoyed by Chrisean's voice than Nevaeh's. Because Chrisean, I can listen to Nevaeh talk. But Chrisean can get about maybe 5 or 6 minutes from me. Unless it's like a subject where like I need to break apart her lies or something like that. And even then, sometimes I gotta pause and come back to it. A lot of the clips that I get from Chrisean, especially like for her streams and shit like that, I just gotta like bookmark them and I'll watch like a little bit of it and then I'll have to go back and finish it at another time. If it's longer than like maybe like a minute or so. Cause I promise y'all I cannot listen to Chrisean talk for that long. Not the short bus. No problem. I can listen to Vay all day compared to Cray Cray. I lose a brain cells for trying to listen to her. I just can't. Yeah, I can't. I can't listen to her for too long at all. But then again, she has him tatted 6 or 7 times on her body. Yeah, that's true. Even though she's scared of him and all that stuff. Where am I at? Hold on. Sounds like like Boldly Black at C minor. Maybe one day Chrisean will stop smoking too, so maybe her voice will clear up a little bit. Cause didn't we hold on, let me see if I still got that video up here of Chrisean talking in a normal voice back when she was a teenager instead of all rough and smoked out. Let me see if I still got it.
He's a politician now. Baltimore City is real crooked, corrupt, man. So
here we go.
So there's a lot of this was when I knew something wasn't right. Go straight to the
For me to and I've been through more than most. It was a struggle growing up, and I was even homeless. And athletics saved me. It was like an outlet for me to put all my stress, all my pain on the track. I want to win ultimate tag and put myself through college, and I'm going to win tonight.
Y'all hear like Chrisean Not that Baltimore accent. You but do y'all hear how she can, you know, like her alters flip and she can change her voice and everything else? She don't always sound ignorant. Maybe one day, I don't know why Chrisean didn't think that like that voice is good enough for her. You know what I mean? Like I get she has to sell that like she's the the dirty sewer rat from Baltimore or whatever, so people don't think she's a CI and stuff like that. But she can be more articulate than what she is. She just chooses not to. And then it probably has something to do with her alters too. I guess she can't help all of it. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, she sounds completely different. Let me play it for y'all again. Hold on.
My stress or my pain. I'm the youngest in the competition. I've been through more than most. It was a struggle growing up, and I was even homeless. And athletics saved me. It was like an outlet for me to put all my stress, all my pain on the track. I want to win ultimate tag and put myself through college, and I'm going to win tonight.
So they
I don't think I think Chrisean likes being homeless. I do. I really think she likes being homeless. Because if you think about it, right? The only time like in the whole 6 years that Chrisean hasn't been homeless was when she was living with Blueface. For real, for real. And then I guess maybe a couple months when she was claiming to have that rental house. A few months during that time she wasn't homeless and she was actually living there. But after she got kicked out, after that whole situation with Blue Rock and her tearing the kitchen up, um after that she's been homeless technically ever since then. Up until she got wherever it is that she lives at now. Excuse me. But yeah, I think she likes being homeless for real. She could have been a real rock star, not a rockhead. If Chrisean had applied herself and like, well, I don't know. Now that I'm really thinking about it, Chrisean's childhood and stuff like that, as bad as she was in her childhood, I don't know if Chrisean really had any hope for real. I think her mental illness would have held her back. Um, I don't know. Because a lot of the stuff that she's done it's been going on since she was a kid. So I don't even know if she would have I can't say, but I don't think she would have done any better, to be honest. I think she just is who she is for real. But I will say if it was like an alternate life or something and Chrisean's life wasn't what it truly is, like the real her real life, I feel like if she had like this persona that she was giving off in that clip or whatever, and she was articulate and like she actually put her mind to something, like decided on a career path that she wanted to go down, and she wasn't mentally ill and like a straight up demon, Chrisean probably would have did good, honestly. But she's a demon straight from the devil's nutsack. That's why the title says, or does she need to go home, and it has hell in the title. Does she need to go home to her father, her real father, Lucifer? That's Chrisean's real dad. There y'all go. Since y'all want to talk about Sean Malone being her dad, her real dad is Lucifer. We'll say that. We can all agree on that. I remember this sounded so more clear, so more clear and intelligent. Yeah. Chrisean, a lot of times when Chrisean is talking, she's putting on an act. And then, like I said, sometimes it's her alters too. Like when she starts acting like a man, that's her masculine alter. Say no to drugs, y'all. Chrisean is obsessed with Blue. She just mad he won't claim her or her son, so she start bad mouthing him again. It's a mix of things for her. It's a mix of things for Chrisean. But Chrisean absolutely does hate Blueface though. So anybody that's saying that she loves him or she wants to be with him or anything like that, nah, Chrisean actually she hates him now. Even though I will say everything like the true reasons that Blueface doesn't want to be associated with Chrisean and Junior, both of them are Chrisean's fault. Both of them are Chrisean's fault. So it just is what it is. Chrisean not being allowed in the circus right now is nobody's fault but her own. Because if Chrisean hadn't have been sending death threats to Blue and she hadn't have been giving Fed statements against him and stuff like that while he was still locked up and all the shit that Chrisean did, I thoroughly believe that Chrisean would be playing harder in the circus right now than Jaden is. I don't even think there would be a Nevaeh in the circus for real if Chrisean hadn't have done everything that she did to Blueface behind the scenes. Blueface probably would have got out, moved Chrisean back up in the house, and the circus would have picked up where it left off at. And Nevaeh would still be back behind the scenes somewhere. If she's getting a monthly allowance from Blue, whatever the case may be, they fucking around on the low. It would have still just been that. But I don't think Nevaeh would have been as big of a character in the circus as she is today. Because like we talked about on the last live, all Blueface is doing with Nevaeh is repeating the same shit he did with Chrisean already. So yeah, if Chrisean hadn't did entirely too much, she would still be in the circus. That's the other reason why I don't understand why she's so mad about Blueface low-key paying her dust for real and not really fucking with her like that, because you did it. Like, you the reason why you're not in the circus. So why are you mad about it? It's all she know. Yeah, that's true. This this was the way of her life, being homeless growing up. And it would seem like she want better, you know? Like Chrisean was living in a car. A car. That bitch was living in a car with a special needs disabled child. People were walking past her car, taking pictures of her sleeping in the middle of the night. I know a few nights she probably put Junior in the trunk too because she didn't want to listen to him. She didn't want to deal with him. And then she was getting online and telling people that she had houses being built. She was building a compound. She was finna go pick up a Bentley truck or a Maybach truck. She was finna do this. She was finna do that. And that bitch was sleeping in a car. People running into her talking about her and Junior both stankin'. They said they had fumes coming off of them. They were so stankin'. And she was sitting online acting like she's a real rich bitch or something. What? Chrisean is a weird bitch. I swear she is. She has zero life skills. Yeah, Chrisean. That's why I say Chrisean needs a caretaker. Something like that. She can't be alone. Y'all notice she always has to have somebody around her for real. She always has to have somebody with her. Now she don't really have no friends left, right? So it'll just be her and then like Coach Calvin and whoever else works out with her or whatever. But she really don't have no friends. And what happened to that girl that I caught her doing the initiation ritual on? What happened to her? What was her name? Was it Kiki or something like that? I haven't seen her again since. All I know is I posted that video. Chrisean comes out with a counter explanation of what I said, and then I don't see that girl no more. I'm worried about her. I need to do a welfare check or something. I'm not really worried about her because she's a grown woman. She should know who she's dealing with. But what happened to her? I would be interested to hear it for real. And in the freezing cold weather up north, exactly. Outside in the middle of winter, sleeping in a car, and online talking about she having compounds built. and her fans were sitting around looking looking up Sean Malone's house, talking about it's Chrisean's house. Man. Mm-mm. Yeah. I Chrisean was sleeping in a car and homeless and still had a camera and a camera woman. Exactly. Chrisean was sleeping in that car. She was still popping out at the LA parties. Y'all remember she went to Nicki Baby's party? Everything. Chrisean was in that car for a minute too. And before she was in the car, if she couldn't scrounge together enough money to get a hotel or something like that, she was just finding wherever she could sleep at to sleep at. Junior had his stroller, of course. Chrisean would have to find her somewhere to sleep at, though. Like, she was doing the most while she was straight up living out of a car. That's how you know that hoe is crazy. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I would not be surprised if she had him in the trunk. Y'all remember, I have to go get this clip. I have to go find it. But we talked about how Tareen threw Junior in the back seat before. And we talked about how the people, friends of the family, be talking about how the whole family be leaving Junior at home because they don't want to deal with him. They'll just sit him in the corner and nobody plays with him or anything like that. It's sad. They treat that like nobody cares about Junior in that family. It don't matter whether it's Chrisean's side or Blueface's side. Nobody cares about Junior for real. She said she had she said she had acres. That bitch said she had acres and was sleeping in the parking lot of a public park. In any parking lot she could find, she gonna park up and go to sleep. Slow and psychotic are two different. She cost the Blueface brand cost him everything. She did, but Blue kind of did it to himself too. We got to hold Blueface accountable for everything that he lost behind Chrisean too, because there's no way he just gave up everything he did just like that just so he could keep Chrisean around for real. Once again, Blueface lost millions of dollars in contracts just from fucking around with Chrisean. People saw what he was doing with Chrisean on the internet and they said, "Fuck nah, we're not doing that with you." And Blueface chose that life. But yeah, Chrisean still played a role. She did, but Blueface allowed it. So everything that's happened to that family, going broke and all kinds of other shit, she played a role. She absolutely did, but Blueface allowed all of it. And still is. Like Blueface and Carlissa both actually. Not so much Jaden, but Blueface and Carlissa specifically. All this shit that Chrisean is doing right now, if they weren't so, I feel like part of it is for attention. So I'm gonna say if they weren't in dire need for clout and blah blah blah, and they also weren't so scary, they could easily just stop lying and tell the truth about everything that's going on with Chrisean right now. But they choose not to. So that's how you know Junior never got no help staying in a car. Yeah. And remember when she first started saying that she was getting Junior help and stuff like that, she was living in the car. So how are you getting him help? He's going to appointments, all that other shit, and you're living out of a car. And most of the time we see you're just sitting in a parking lot for hours. Do y'all remember that live where she was sitting in a parking lot? And for part of it, I think it was that same live that I talked about earlier, where Junior was sick. And she was sitting in the car on live for almost 4 hours. And people didn't believe that she was living out of her car. Who the fuck is sitting in a car for 4 hours if they have somewhere else to go besides the car? I don't care if you're already out and about and you have something else you got to do later in the day, but you live out the way so you don't want to go home or anything like that. You're going to find something else to do during that time. Like me, I don't live like in the heart of the city or anything like that. I stay in the suburbs. So if I have some shit I'm doing in the city and they're like my appointments are 2 hours apart or something like that, I'm gonna just find something to do in the meantime, but I'm not just sitting in the car the whole time. Of course, I'm probably not gonna go home just to come back out and do it all over again, but I'm also not just sitting in a car for 4 hours straight doing nothing, just talking to a camera. I'm not doing that. Um, how are you homeless with cameramen? Because Chrisean is delusional. And to Chrisean's whole life purpose basically is just her being seen. It's kinda like Carlissa. They just wanna be seen. It doesn't their circumstances never make sense for real, but they still just wanna be seen. They don't care if it's embarrassing, they don't care how it looks. Any attention is better than no attention. So the cameraman, somebody produces them for her, right? So she got a contract with, like, say, Kick or something like that, or sometimes Chrisean has found herself in a couple situations actually where she's just happened to find a cameraman or somebody with the camera. They have experience being a cameraman. Um, doesn't matter how much work they've really done for real. And basically she can talk them into just being her cameraman for free. Y'all remember the guy that came out probably like mm, maybe a month or two after Junior was born? And Chrisean, she still had her whole crew with her at this point, so she still had Elle and Jay and Marsh and all those people, but she had a cameraman, and that cameraman came out and he was saying how he hadn't been paid and shit like that, and how rude Chrisean was to him, all that shit, right? Chrisean does shit like that. She'll use somebody's services, run off on them basically because they never get anything out of it. They just do whatever she wants them to do. That's how she gets away with shit. Um, lost millions for some dookie draws. He did not care. Like I said, Blueface was all up in that. He didn't care if it was green and yellow or anything else. He didn't care about the fact that the cottage cheese was falling out of her, nothing. He just went with it, was all up in it still. Um, did y'all see the video where Chrisean said the Illuminati sign with the eye while her and Blue was getting petties and Blue looked scared as hell? Oh, I do remember that. I remember that. Chrisean, I don't get too deep off into this part of Chrisean's life behind the scenes. Because it's not technically, to my understanding, who she deals with is not technically the Illuminati. And I've kind of went over it a little bit on this page, like just basically like the basics of it. I didn't go into like detail about it or anything. I think Peter has a video where he went a little deeper into it or he mentioned it or something like that. Um, but it's not necessarily the Illuminati, but yeah, she's into some shit reminiscent to it behind the scenes. And like I said, I'm not gonna say too much about it because I haven't gotten that deep into it yet. But do you remember Chrisean said her dad was in jail for 11 years and she met him for the first time at 7 years old? I do remember that. And Chrisean was lying about that too. Chrisean and Taseki both, they've lied about well, I'll say this. Back when Chrisean, around the time she went to Blue Girls Club / when she was a teenager, Chrisean used to do YouTube, and Tifa would be on some of her YouTube videos with her. And a lot of the shit that Chrisean and Tifa told back then, it was lies. Basically, they would they would say shit just for people to like feel sorry for them, pretty much. And one of those lies was that shit about how she didn't meet Eugene Malone until she was 11 years old. Like I say, Chrisean's family be clocking her tea too. One day we'll get into that too. We'll get into Taseki and Chrisean's life before they fell out and all the situations that made them permanently fall out and shit like that. Because a lot of people are kind of behind on that too. as far as like what all Chrisean has done to Tifa, because it's not just the SA allegations. Um, this truly heart wrenching for the child. Yeah, it's sad. It is. I think I kind of just, like I said, I feel like I've made peace with how his story is going or whatever, so it's not as bad anymore. But um, that's also not my child. I kind of got to look at it like that too, because his Junior story really isn't going to get any better, and it's sad. Um, but you kind of just got to accept it, even if you don't want to. It is a hard pill to swallow, but it is what it is. Um, it's not on a planet. It's on TPI, on Trailer Park Island. She got acres. Hold on, let me put it up on the screen for y'all again. I got y'all. Hold on. Y'all see the rats and whatnot? I tried to get like AI really do be hating for real, because I tried to get like a little bit more descriptive. I was gonna have Jaden's house with like a whole bunch of empty tequila bottles out in the front yard. Chrisean's house was gonna be her the busted BMW with fumes coming out of it. Blue's house was gonna be the house that had chickens running in and out of it, birds running in and out of it, because that's what he loves so much. And then Carlissa's house, it was gonna be kind of up like in the hills a little bit more, but it was still gonna have all kinds of filth around it. But AI wouldn't let me do all that. They said it was derogatory and it was demeaning towards it was derogatory and demeaning towards real people. So I had to leave it alone. She has a tattoo of a dead tree with roots. Yeah, I seen what is it? The cover up for K Suave's name, and then she got the Benjamin Franklin with the devil horns and devil tail tattoo on her leg. It really is written all over her, but people swear she's of God for real. They were pissing me off. Liars for everything. Everything. I want the family of the man Ronnie killed for Chrisean to come and tell the story. That's the real tea. They kind of do already. They're more so behind the scenes. I feel like they don't really do too much of the internet talk. I put up I think it was a screenshot. I don't know if it was my last live or the live before that, but I put up a screenshot of something his daughter said in somebody's comments one time. But they'll come out, they've came out and they've told their side of things and their story before too. You kind of just gotta, I guess, catch it as it happens, basically, because yeah, they don't really do too much on the internet. What? No, yeah, nobody's coming to save Junior, unfortunately. But then, like we discussed before too, though, Junior. Well, actually, I might have talked about this over on X. I don't know if I talked about it over here, but Junior, y'all kind of got to think Junior would be really hard to care for. And I know a lot of people, they kind of look at Junior and they think he just has like cerebral palsy, which he doesn't. Junior has a lot of different stuff going on. And if y'all seen his medical records, and he was supposed to have like a whole team of specialists caring for him and stuff like that. Junior really and truly, even though Chrisean doesn't do it, Junior should really technically be damn near on around the clock care for real. With as many specialists as he has and appointments he's supposed to be going to and the types of problems he has, Junior needs round the clock care. It's going to cost a lot to take care of him, everything else, right? Most people are not going to be willing to do it. And so it kind of gets to the point too where you kind of got to look at it from a standpoint of, would it be better for, even though Chrisean treats him the way she does, would it really be better for him to go in the system for real? Even though Chrisean is no type of mother whatsoever, would it truly be better for him to go in the system with people that are also going to be quite possibly fed up with him and not really committed to taking care of him or anything like that? Would it be better to just leave him with his mother and, I hate to say it like this, but just let time run its course pretty much, versus trying to like force it with other people? Especially the thing for me is knowing that Junior already has like an expiration date basically. Like that's not, it's been proven already that that's not hearsay. Junior actually has like an expiration date. So a lot of people, when they seen palliative care on his medical records or whatever, right? They were coming up with like other stuff like, well, like palliative care doesn't mean this. Palliative care can also mean this. But for Junior, palliative care absolutely does mean what it's supposed to mean. He has an expiration date that's already been given to Chrisean, and Chrisean don't care. She's ready for it, you know? So it's like, would it be better for like to put that in the system, put Junior in the system with everything he has stacked up against him, or you might as well just leave him with Chrisean instead of attempting to do anything? And it's sad that like we talk about like this is like a human life. This is a baby or a toddler. He's not a baby anymore, but it's a child. It's sad, but that's the reality of the situation. Most people would not want to take care of Junior. Junior was in pain. Yeah, he was. Junior absolutely be in pain. AI is a hater. I really be trying to put some shit together for y'all on AI, on Chat GPT and shit like that. And a lot of the times, I guess I get too carried away with it and they'll be like, no, I'm not making that, basically. Because I honestly, I was surprised they even let me do all this, like the rats all up on the island and stuff like that. I'm surprised they even let me do that for real. I'm surprised they didn't say that that was demeaning to somebody's home or something like that. Eugene said Chrisean was not his child. I think he hates her as much as he hates Junior. I remember that. Well, he didn't say that Chrisean wasn't his child. He said she was a mistake. But I remember that. And during that time, Chrisean had a lot of bullshit going on. Behind the scenes, she did. But y'all see that now Chrisean and Eugene are all cool. There was a live a few months ago where not Eugene, Chrisean was talking about how she was about to pull up on Eugene because he had overdosed and all that stuff, and she had to go check on her dad and blah blah blah. She's cool with him now. Remember, she used to not care about him that much, but now they're all cool. They're all buddy buddy. Anyway, please make this a cartoon series. I'm gonna see if I can animate it and I can make y'all a little it'll be a part of like a commercial break or something. Once again, I don't know how much AI is gonna let me do, because it seems like they have a cap on my foolishness. So I don't know how far I'm gonna get with it. Yeah, there's a lot of delusional people that go for her. I have to just ignore them because it pisses me off when they say, "How do you know?" Exactly. Exactly. Like when people say shit like, "Oh, you must live with her," or "She called you and told you that personally," blah blah blah. It's like, do you not have any discernment whatsoever? Do you not like, she's right, and Chrisean be so flagrant about the majority of the shit that she does. Like it's obvious, it's very clear, and there's still people that don't see it. It is like, I gotta wonder what's wrong with you that this girl is standing in front of your face doing this shit. And Chrisean is very, like somebody said earlier in the chat, she's very predictable. She absolutely has patterns. So a lot of the stuff that she does, By now in big 2026, y'all should already know that she's on bullshit and she's probably lying because she's done it before. Chrisean doesn't do anything new, just like this whole situation with Blueface. She already did all this with Ronnie. Blueface's story, there's like a 99% chance that Blueface's story is going to end the same way Ronnie's did, and it don't have nothing to do with the DNA test. It's just Chrisean doing too much, and now she don't know what the fuck to do to get herself out of a situation, so she just gotta end somebody's life to cover her own ass. That's exactly what happened to Ronnie. Not a DNA. He didn't die over a DNA test. Ronnie died because Chrisean was doing too much, and then she had to cover her ass. He needs to be in a palliative care home. Yeah, Junior should not be just outside getting carried around by Chrisean. Junior needs to have his own room, a sterile environment. He needs to have around the clock care, maybe be in a palliative care home. He needs to be somewhere where he is being provided actual care for around the clock, not running around with Chrisean wheeling him in a stroller and throwing him over her shoulder and whatnot. Yeah, Junior be a full-time job for a caring parent. Absolutely. Like, you wouldn't be able to work or anything else. That's why, like, when people get on like TikTok or they'll be streaming or something like that, and they'll say at this point, just bring me Junior. You do not want Junior for real. If we're being completely honest, I know it's a sad situation. Nobody wants to see like a toddler living like this, but most people really would not want to care for him. And that's just being straight up honest. Most people would not have the patience to care for Junior. The type of care that he needs, most people would not have the patience to care for him at all. It's really bad. Yeah. The whole situation is terrible. That's why I'm saying nobody ever thinks about the kids for real. All this shit that the adults keep up, nobody cares about the kids for real. The ancestors got whoopty. We don't fear. That's true. That's true. I say it in my real life. I fear absolutely nothing. I'm very, very well protected in real life. Why when people get in here making threats, and I told you about that girl the other day that was just writing like 11 comments at one time telling me how God was going to get me and blah 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 because I was talking about her fave. Like, I don't take stuff like that seriously. No one can force you to get medical care in this country. Look at the Amish community. That's true. That's true. They don't do nothing they don't want to do. And then even too, like if you get like in a really bad car accident or something. I was watching this body cam video the other day, and this dude he was driving and he crashed his car. Everybody that was in the car with him died, and he got ejected from the car, right? And his face is basically like peeling off because of like all the injuries that he got when he was ejected from the car. But he didn't want to go to jail for speeding and being responsible for killing his friends that were in the car. So he's refusing medical care, everything else, and nobody could make him go to the hospital as in bad shape as he was. Because remember, he got ejected from the car. And he was in terrible shape. Like his facial injuries crazy. I think he had some broken bones, stuff like that. And he straight up refused medical attention, and nobody could tell him any different. Nobody could tell him any different. They just had to accept that. You can't force anybody to get medical care for anybody. You really can't. Even when they need it desperately, you can't force them. And that applies to parents with their kids too. It's not just adults. If you're a parent and you say you don't want your kid to get medical treatment or whatever, you really don't have to. Now, if something happens to them as a result of you not getting them medical treatment and they die or they become seriously ill or something like that, you can be charged for that. But nobody can make you like do anything with your child for real. So, we got to remember that too. That was a good point, Roses. I didn't even think about that for real. They better tell the truth and say she needs to get some mental help. I wonder when the last time Chrisean got had a mental appointment for herself was. Because she's been crazy for a long time, but I don't know when the last time she's gotten herself some services was. Everybody would tune in to watch. Yeah, probably. It's a true sign the social services don't care. Yeah, they really don't. They don't, because we know that like Chrisean is not the only person in the circus where people had pulled up, where CPS has pulled up or tried to be pulled up. CPS was called, I'll say that. Cardi B, even though she's not in the circus technically, right? Her name has been mentioned in the circus, but whatever. When people, I think it was the Barbs that called CPS on Cardi B, they pulled up immediately, basically. And then even with Jaden and Blueface that time, when Chrisean and Hot Tea Hot Chocolate incited that that little situation where all Chrisean's fans were calling CPS on them, they pulled up with a quickness. Chrisean called CPS on Chastity. CPS pulled up on Chastity with a quickness, but nobody's pulling up on Chrisean. That's because Chrisean is protected. It's not like they can't find her, because once again, Chrisean is property of the federal government. Like they just don't care. They're more interested in the fact that Chrisean can do her job as big snitch. But if CPS were to interrupt and take her child or something like that, that's going to take away from, that could blow her cover in one of her cases or something like that. That's going to interfere with her being able to get her job done, her having to deal with the CPS case, and then all these people on the internet talking about a CPS case, and Chrisean has will have more attention on her than ever before because her baby finally it would be a huge thing if Junior finally got took away, and that would hinder Chrisean from doing her job for real. That's why the government don't care. They do not care about Junior. They're not finna take him away from her and make him somebody else's problem. She created her child to be the way he is. Everything that's wrong with Junior is Chrisean's fault. That's already been confirmed. If Chrisean hadn't been living as irresponsibly as she was and making bullshit decisions while she was pregnant, she would probably have a healthy child. Like I said, he might still have some behavioral problems or stuff like that just because of the stock that he comes from, but he wouldn't be disabled and special needs. You know, he might have had a loud mouth and defiant and stuff like that, but that's because he's a Malone mixed with a Porter. But he wouldn't have had all those extra health problems and stuff like that. So why take him away from the person that made him like that and make him somebody else's problem, especially when he's only here for a short time anyway? You know? Like I said, it's a sad situation, but it just is what it is. Let me see. I was checking to make sure I don't have any more content for y'all while we're in the comments. She's using religion and personal beliefs to avoid a medical neglect charge, in my opinion. I think the religion thing, the religion thing is more so her playing. Chrisean has multiple, that whole religion thing, it's like a multi-purpose manipulation tool for Chrisean. But she's not necessarily looking to, I don't think Chrisean is worried about getting a medical neglect charge. I'll say that. Because like we said so far, right? Chrisean is an informant and she gets away with everything. And for the longest time, that's how Chrisean has been living. Like if y'all think back to like in earlier days, right? When Chrisean would get in trouble or something like that, the few times that she's been arrested, she always says that she's going to call her people. And she's not talking about family or anything like that. She's talking about her connect because she's an informant. So Chrisean And when she says something or when she does something and then she says something about, "Oh, I'm protected, all this other shit, I'm covered." She's talking about the federal government. She's not talking about God. I think Chrisean puts a lot into the whole fact that she's an informant and she's actually good at what she does. And she gets away with so much because Chrisean really everything that Chrisean has done in the past 6 years, technically so far, she's gotten away with it. The only thing that she's ever been held accountable for was punching James in the face because that's what got her sent to jail back in 2024 was the fact that she punched James right in the face. They didn't even pick her up for the warrants for real that for violating felony probation, alleged felony probation. They didn't even pick her up for that. They picked her up for assaulting somebody. But besides, and once again, she only spent for that charge, she only spent 30 days in jail for that. And then the rest of her time was tied to her other cases or whatever. So she really hasn't been held accountable for anything. And then we talked about before when she stole Blueface's car. She only spent 12 days in jail for that. They found drugs all in the car. I told y'all before, I'm from the Midwest. They don't play like that in Oklahoma, especially not with no black girl. You a black girl and you're driving across country, you get stopped in a 6-figure car that's full of drugs. Chrisean should be doing the rest of her life in prison just for that charge alone in Oklahoma. And she only spent 12 days in jail total for it. And then got probation, right? Didn't even check into her probation or anything, just kept going because the probation wasn't really real for real. Chrisean puts a lot of stock into her fed ties. She really does. That's a child that was failed by CPS. Yeah, Junior's failed by everybody. Failed by absolutely everybody. Very sad case of child abuse. Rest in peace, Gabriel. Um, yeah. I was about to explain this story, but yeah, it's they do have a lot of similarities. They really do. Because people failed him and people are failing Junior too. Not for I won't say for the same reasons. Because like I said too, I feel like if Chrisean had have had a girl, I feel like people would have stepped in by now too. Um, because generally people are more sensitive about girl children. I think I think a lot of times with Junior, people kind of get hung up on the fact that since it's Krishan's child, people don't really care as much and it almost gets turned into more of a joke than a laughing matter. And then I think for a lot of people too, it's almost like you got to laugh to keep from like acknowledging just how serious it is. Because if you really think about like Krishan's situation with Junior, there's no way that we should just be able to get online and see this bitch doing this every day. And people are actually still fans of her. They're still celebrating her. You got people like Danza that are still doing interviews with her. Because have y'all seen Krishan do an interview with anybody else besides Danza? Like within the past, what, like 3, 4, 5 months or so? I think she did like besides her boxing conference, and I might be wrong about this, but besides like her boxing conference or whatever, um, I don't remember her doing any interviews with anybody else besides Danza. Like Danza is her new Jason Lee or something. Thank you, Natty Red. I try to make it a little fun environment over here. I appreciate it though. Um, Krishan is the Casey Anthony. She is. She absolutely is. There'll be after everything is said and done, like all the y'all remember with Casey Anthony, like all the different documentaries that were made and stuff like that. I feel like after everything is said and done with the circus, Krishan will probably have I don't even know how many different documentaries because documentaries based off of just how she treated Junior alone. There could be a documentary based off of just her and Blueface's time together. There can be a documentary based off of Chrisean's early life before she met Blueface, all that shit, everything that she was running around doing. Like, if you combined all of it together, it would need to be like a 10 plus part series. Like how they did like the R. Kelly documentaries or whatever. It would have to on VH1 or whatever. I think it was on VH1, whatever network it was. It would have to be the same thing with Chrisean because there's a lot, a lot. It's not just Junior. It's not just Ronnie. Anything like that. Chrisean has been an absolute demon for an extremely long time. And she has a lot of stuff going on. That's why I don't understand, like, when y'all I said this earlier on X, but when people share like false narratives about stuff when it comes to like anything regarding Chrisean, whether it's Ronnie, who her parents are, anything like that, right? If it's a false narrative that you're sharing, you're just taking away from the truth of things. Cuz everything when it comes to when it comes to Chrisean, right? The truth of stuff is way more interesting. It's way more scandalous. It has way more parts. It's way deeper, everything than like a lot of these false narratives that go around. Like the whole thing about Ronnie dying over a DNA test. The truth of why Ronnie died is so much more scandalous and darker and deeper than a DNA test narrative. But y'all make it hard for people to give the truth about what actually happened to Ronnie because you would rather keep running this DNA test narrative and it's not true. Even when that man's family is coming out and saying, hey, he did not die over a DNA test. Ronnie is not Junior's dad. Please leave our family alone with this. I told y'all before about how that girl was in my comments and she said, fuck Ronnie's family. I know for facts that he died because of this. Y'all take away from the truth of things when you spread false narratives. Even the whole thing about Sean Malone being her dad. That's not her dad. And who Sean Malone truly is to Chrisean is a way more interesting story than this whole narrative about it being her dad. That in itself is a whole fucking deep ass rabbit hole of who Sean Malone actually is to Chrisean. But people can't learn the story because we keep going with this narrative about her being his daughter and she's not. She's just not. You know? Yeah, but when it's all said and done, it really is people can make a lot of money off of Chrisean's documentaries. People should do documentaries off of this shit. When everything is done and people know the truth, or as much gets put out as possible, because probably not everything will be like public knowledge. But any money that's made off of any documentaries about Chrisean going forward, it should just go back to the families of all her victims for real. And I think if it's done right, like people really could make millions of dollars and it should all go back to all Chrisean's victims' families. I don't think she should profit off any of it. But I think that people should know the truth of what's going on with this whole situation too, because a lot of people just take it lightly and they think it's just simply like relationship problems between Blueface and his hoes and stuff like that. And there is a whole lot going on behind the scenes. There really is. The bad part about it is our community. Not only is he just considered a little color boy, but he's a disabled little color boy, which gives the yeah. It Junior's situation is kind of. I don't think it's exposing Chrisean, but it's also exposing how the government and how the system works too. And so I think that too. You kind of got to consider that when you think about Junior's situation is he's going through a lot, yeah, but it's like he's exposing a lot too about the world we live in and who gets treated fairly versus who doesn't and things like that. Because most people would think if it's about a child, right? And people just rally around this child, they keep on calling CPS, all that, right? That something should happen, that child should be taken away. In a perfect world, yes, but we don't live in a perfect world. And so we get to see what happens when a child is just born with all kinds of problems, how he immediately isn't valued or really thought about or anything like that, because nobody ever takes Junior into consideration for real. It doesn't matter whether it's Chrisean's side or Blueface's side. People don't take Junior into consideration. Um, a lot of people feel comfortable like just straight up making fun of Junior. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, sometimes like I'll see something on X and I can't help but to laugh. And I know it's wrong to laugh, but it's like it's so sad sometimes you can't help but to laugh. It's not necessarily funny, but it's sad. It's really just that sad that you gotta laugh to keep from crying for real. Because a lot of the shit that Chrisean puts on the internet with Junior is so egregious. It's like, how do you think as a human being, an alleged human being? Because I have to say that about Chrisean, because I really don't think Chrisean is human for real. So I have to say alleged human being when it comes to her, right? How do you look at some of the shit that you do and you think it's acceptable to put on the internet or to do it all when it comes to a child? You know what I'm saying? It's been since the very beginning, since conception, she's been doing this shit, and nobody's doing anything about it. She's just allowed to keep running around doing it. She just talk over Danza. Yeah, but that's why that's why she likes him though. Is because he doesn't ask her any hard questions for real. And if she gets on his stage bullshitting with her answers, he's really not going to call her out on it like that. She can say whatever, she can do whatever on his platform. That's why she likes him. Because she can just do whatever over there. Ain't nobody gonna check her on Danza's platform. So she's gonna keep running around back over there. But remember, at one time she low-key used to do the same shit with Jason Lee. And I don't know what changed. I don't know if it's because Jason is a blue lover or Jason sees how bad because at one point Jason did start calling Chrisean out about the treatment of Junior. He did it subtly. He didn't do too much with it at all, but there was a couple clips where Jason did say something about the way Chrisean treats Junior on his platform. So that's probably why Chrisean don't fuck with Jason like that, and Jason don't fuck with her anymore. But yeah, I think that's her new Jason Lee for real. She just had to find somebody with a podcast. So from now on, anytime Blueface does something or she has something new that she's allegedly working on or something like that, she's gonna be doing an interview with Danza, just like how she used to do with Jason. He's a big creep nasty. She's literally advertising this baby's abuse. Yeah, and you know, I've talked about it a few times over here where some of the shit Chrisean does to Junior, it's like she gets off on it. Like once again, that video from last week where he started crying while she yelled or whatever. I think she did that on purpose just to startle him because she knew what was gonna happen. I think Chrisean she gets something out of abusing Junior, and she likes being able to show it to y'all, and she knows that nothing is gonna like happen to her about it, basically. Like she knows CPS ain't gonna pull up on her. She knows the police ain't gonna pull up on her. She knows nobody can stop her at all. She hates this baby. She can just keep abusing him and nobody's gonna stop her. Hold on, y'all. I gotta look at something real quick. Oh. Did y'all see that picture of I had already seen this, but somebody just sent it to me. That picture of Junior in the stroller, but he's like cramped up in the stroller and his feet are put together or whatever. Because she still has him in an infant stroller when he's almost 3 years old. Danza is weird. Danza gives like, you know, when you're like 16, 17 or something like that, I feel like there's always like a group of like older dudes that don't have no business talking to girls in high school whatsoever. That's the type of vibes that Danza be giving. Like he be just lurking around waiting for a certain type of female. You know? Like he really does give like weird energy. And I don't get what his obsession is with Chrisean and why he be rooting for her so hard, especially when he be talking about how he's a father and all this. Like I don't it is weird. He gives very weird vibes. He does. And then did y'all see that his little live where he was in the car and he was talking about how he never had uh sexual relations with Chrisean, but when he said it, he started looking around and doing all the extra shit, like classic body language of a liar. People need to stop. They say they People need to stop. They say her victim is this lady named Maylene. Not true at all. No need to lie. She had multiple victims. Just yeah. And I like I said that's exactly what old girl Miss Tarot deleted my comment for telling her on her video. Chrisean has done so much. Like you never have to lie on her. You don't. Um and even when it comes to her victims, like if somebody tells you that that's not her victim's name, why not just drop it? Why not just apologize for using it, say that's not her victim, you made a mistake, whatever the case may be. But at some point, especially when you've been using that lady's name for over a year now, it gets to the point that you're being willfully disrespectful for real. Because you keep bringing somebody's name up who has nothing to do with what you're talking about, and that's somebody's family member at the end of the day. So at some point, because this woman's name that's on the screen or whatever, this was an unsolved case in Baltimore, right? So if it's still an unsolved case, which I don't know if it is or not, um, that woman's family probably, they're still looking for answers regarding their loved one's death. And what like somebody from her family gets on YouTube and they see old girl mentioning their family member's name or whatever, and they start getting hopeful, like, maybe this is finally the answer we needed, just for it to not be. But then she's still over on her platform a year later after being told, hey, this is not Chrisean's victim. And she's still saying that lady's name on her platform today. Like that's some bullshit. That's what I'm talking about though. Just as weird as, the circus is, a lot of these content creators that do circus content, they'd be just as weird. Anything for a check, anything for a bag. There's no type of integrity or anything else. And like I said, sometimes I've told y'all before, sometimes we give the wrong information or we repeat something wrong. I've done it before. But it's nothing to come up and say, hey, I gave y'all this wrong piece of information. I told y'all wrong. This is what actually happened. It's okay to do that versus just writing out a lie that you know is a lie and you still just purposely using the wrong information just because you don't want people to look at you like you don't know what you're talking about because you claim that you're a tarot card reader, but you don't have no answers at all that are actually correct. I'm gonna leave her alone though. His legs look crazy, man. They be calling him parentheses over on Twitter. It's sad. It really is. Ronnie was unalive because he was kicking up dust, causing a ruckus about paternity, and Junior is being beaten and starved because he's not blue and survived. Oh, I survived all those abortions. Oh, you talking about Danza? Yeah, Danza wants him a piece of Chrisean. You know what? Danza probably didn't already had a piece of Chrisean before. That's why he be going so hard about her. He didn't already had a piece of Chrisean before. We know Chrisean is easy. She fold like a lawn chair. Danza didn't already took a dive in that cesspool that is Chrisean's box And now he can't get enough of it for whatever reason. That's the one person that can't get enough of Chrisean for real. Every other man that Chrisean be claiming, they don't claim her like that. They just want a little top, maybe some clout, a little money, something like that. But nobody else claim her like that. But Dan's been all up in that, and she did something to that nigga. She did something to him. That's why he's still stuck on her like that. I've never seen it with anybody else besides Ronnie and Blueface. So is Danza her new Blueface? Hold on. Y'all, I'm cooking right now. Danza, he has his own platform, right? He has a nice car, all that. He got a little money. And you know, Chrisean, she's been waiting for the longest to latch on to somebody that has some money so she can keep her fantasy going that she's supposed to live like some big glamorous life or something like that, right? Maybe Danza is in the running, the recruiting to be her next victim. Because she's trying to get rid of she already got rid of Ronnie. She's trying to get rid of Blueface. Who's gonna be her next victim? We already know Chrisean can't survive alone. So she didn't got rid of Old Faithful, which is Ronnie, which is crazy. The fact that she killed Ronnie, that she had Ronnie killed alone is crazy. Now she's trying to get rid of Blueface. She gonna need her somebody else, and I think Danza is gonna be that person. We gonna stay tuned though. And if she ends up getting with Danza and they go public, just remember y'all heard it here first. Just remember y'all heard it here first. Danza is gonna be her new victim. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than once. Danza seemed like he done been all up in that because the way he be just straight up glazing Chrisean, I've never seen it before. Even Blueface gave up everything for Chrisean basically, and I never heard him talk about Chrisean the way Danza does. Ooh, Danza, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Not a crackhead. That's exactly Danza giving. It does. Just gives nothing but weird vibes. Winning on them views, pretending he loves her. He can't stand Chrisean's fans either. He can't. He be sick of them bitches just like everybody else does. Chrisean be sick of her own fucking fans. He gives Predator, he does. He wants her, but she don't want him. No, I think Chrisean, she might not want him, but I think Chrisean is going to use him. I really do. She might not want him for real, but I think that she would be willing to play the role of like acting like she wants him so she can use him. Danza is the dude that if you get too drunk and throw it on him, too much having fun, he won't leave you alone. He'll sleep in your bushes. It gives that. You dance on that nigga one time at a party, and now he's just on your bumper for life. Have y'all ever had like a dude like, say y'all went to high school together, y'all were in college together, something like that. Y'all kind of just had like a little flirtationship, and you never had like any intentions on doing anything with him or anything like that, but he's still just stuck on you. Like you done moved on, you could have gotten married, had kids, been divorced. You could have lived like 85 different lives since him, and he's still just right there trying to see if he can get with you. That's the type of dude Danza is. Like he don't take the hint or nothing that it's not gonna be him. He's trying very hard. It's not even about Krusty latching on to someone with money. It's about her being used to handing her money over to whatever man is in her life. That's true too. Cause it's almost like she be paying for like, she just pays to be able to say that she has a man pretty much. Because even when she was with Ronnie, she used to, that even back before Ronnie, right? It's been said that when Chrisean was a teenager and she was still selling coochie, right? She used to have to break that money down with her brother and her mama. And then she moves over to Ronnie, right? And allegedly, and I don't know how true this is, but it's been said a few times. Just chitter chatter basically, But Chrisean used to bring a lot of money back to Ronnie too. And then we heard Ronnie say something about like the whole G-Wagon thing. He was talking about guess who that G-Wagon was on the way to. And then Blueface, she signed her checks over to Blueface. She herself admitted that she used to pay Blue what 20,000 a weekend so that he would stay with her instead of going home and spending time with Jaden and Javon. Like the way Chrisean just gives up her money for real. And cause Chrisean, as much as Chrisean gets on the internet and she gives these delusions of grandeur and she talks about these properties she has and these cars she's buying and blah, blah, blah. Chrisean really does not care about money like that. She couldn't. She couldn't because the way she just has no problem with giving it away for nothing. I wish the fuck I would ever pay a man $20,000 to stay with me. And mind you, she was doing this back when she really thought Blueface was like her man for real. Like he was going to completely leave Jaden alone for him, for her, all that, right? So she was just paying for his quote love. If you got to pay a man to spend time with you, he does not fuck with you at all. At all. But that's Blueface. Blueface was so greedy and he had already spent so much time on Chrisean. He felt like he needed to get his investment back. And all he did by wasting all this time trying to get his investment back was just take money out of his own pocket. Keep losing money, keep losing in life, everything else. Chrisean was never anything but a liability. And these people, they essentially base their income around what Chrisean could do in the circus and the audience Chrisean can bring in the circus, and now all of them are stuck with her crazy ass. Good job, Carlissa and Blueface. Look what y'all did to y'all family. Because if you know, you know. I talked about it in the live last time. Carlissa used to be like a second mother to Chrisean, and she welcomed Chrisean into that house with open arms. Once again, Carlissa do not fuck with Jaden like that, and she do not like Jaden like that. She don't love Jaden either, because if she did, she would have never accepted a fucking crackhead into her family like that. These people are exhausting. I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, y'all, where the fuck did Danza even come from? That's true, because even though Danza has a podcast and all that, and he has I guess a bigger podcast. I don't know exactly how many subscribers he has or anything. He did just drop out of nowhere because I had never heard of him before. I know he's been around, of course, obviously since before Chrisean, but I had never heard of him before. And I don't ever see no other celebrities or anybody of relevance, anybody worth talking about. I've never seen them go to a Danza Project show. I don't. I've said it before, I think, up here. I think I've said it on YouTube that usually everybody in the circus has a role. And it's not necessarily like for entertainment purposes, but they have a role behind the scenes. So maybe Danza has a role too, and it just hasn't been exposed yet. I don't know. Danza, her new assignment. He might be. He very much so might be. Do y'all remember I know it was last year sometime, but Chrisean went to Miami. And while she was in Miami, she went to she was at the jewelry store with that jeweler or whatever. I think he was he was an Arab dude. Completely forgot what his name was. But y'all remember she bought, well, they put some bracelets on her arm and it was like butterfly bracelets. And during this time, right, people were talking about how Chrisean was broke. So how is she in a jewelry store buying jewelry? And her fans seen the jewelry get put on her arm. So then they started talking about how Chrisean actually had money, because if she didn't, how could she buy jewelry? All that, right? Y'all remember that situation? Shortly after Chrisean left Miami, that man got arrested. And I don't think he's out yet. I think he's been gone ever since. But do y'all see how people just, once they hang out with Chrisean, there's usually an indictment or something that follows? something follows. It's the Chrisean effect. It's absolutely the Chrisean effect. I know a lot of people didn't know about that, or they had never followed up on it before, but I wanted y'all know I'm nosy sometimes. So a lot of times I want to know what happens to people after we see them with Chrisean. But I went over to his page and I was in the comments and people were talking about how he had got arrested. And the last time the last time I went to his page, the last time he had posted something was like a week after he had been dealing with Chrisean. Um, but then she begs for her fans to send in things for her and Junior. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like when Chrisean's fans talk about how rich she is and all that bullshit, they it's like they know that they're just straight up lying because why if Chrisean is so rich, why do you have to send her um wants and needs for her and Junior? If she has so much money and she's doing so great financially, why are y'all the ones that have to take care of her and her child? She hates Blue, just wants that lifestyle. Exactly. Chrisean does not love Blue. She really doesn't. Chrisean really don't want to be in a relationship with Blue, nothing like that. She just wants to be a part of the lifestyle. That's it. She do not like Blueface. Um, I think she's seen him and hopped in the car with him from a party on Miami. She might have because I don't for the life of me, I cannot think of like where Danza showed up from. It really is like he just popped up out of nowhere, but that might be true too. She was basically fighting for her own baby girl in the pool. Oh, she was basically fighting her own baby girl in the pool. Yeah, Jaden. Like I said, we're gonna talk about her tomorrow, y'all. Jaden gonna get her own special live because I'm unimpressed, completely unimpressed. The jeweler got locked up. Yeah, I think his name was I want to say it started like his first name started with like Ash or something like that. I can't remember what his whole name is though. What lifestyle standing in the bushes watching him through the window. No, she wants to say that that's why she wants to be connected to Blueface is because she wants to say that she has like that Hollywood lifestyle. Cause like with Jaden, right? She looks well at one point, especially, right? At one point, Jaden was a completely put up baby mama. Jaden didn't have to work or anything. Blueface paid for her spot. He paid for her car. He went out, bought her a G-Wagon. Well, he picked the G-Wagon out because Jaden was paying the note on that G-Wagon. We now know that she was paying the note on that G-Wagon. So he did all that stuff for her, right? And Chrisean wants to be able to say the same thing. She wants to be able to say that Blueface, he does a lot for her. He stands on business behind her. Y'all remember like while the whole time Blueface was locked up, Chrisean was running around telling anybody that like got into it with her. She was running around telling them, "Oh, when Blueface gets out of jail, you going to have to see him, blah blah blah." And now look. And when the fuck has Blueface ever defended Chrisean? But she used to keep up that narrative all the time. That's the type of shit she does. Chrisean lives in a very delusional land. She does. Extremely delusional. And like I said, Jaden is the blueprint for Chrisean. I don't know why. I don't know why Jaden would ever be the blueprint for anybody. But that's how piss poor Chrisean's life is that Jaden Alexis is her mood board for real. Depending on what day it is, I guess too, because today Stunna is her mood board. I've seen his channel before. I did not care for the stupidity he was talking about and kept it moving. I haven't watched any of his interviews, even Chrisean's interviews. I've just seen the clips of them, but I've never watched like a whole Danza interview with Chrisean. Because hasn't Chrisean been to his podcast like what 3 or 4 times now? Or at least 2 or 3. It's 2 or 3, something like that. But all I've ever seen is the clips. I can't sit through a whole thing, especially not when I know, like, even in the clips, he's just sitting there just hanging on to every word she says. I can't do it. Um, she flipped she flipped the script on him. She did. Jaden dumbass thinks she's a star with no Jaden isn't a star at all. Honestly, everybody in the circus is talentless. Everybody thinks that they can do something, but nobody's doing anything for real. Blue was easy, like definitely was extremely easy. Blue was almost too easy, too easy. I don't even think Chrisean put any real effort into Blueface for real, and he just went with it. Chrisean has many legions, aka personality, protect your energy if you watch her. Yeah, I talked about up here before. A lot of times, like once I get done, if I see something from Chrisean and it sits too heavy with me, I'll go pray afterwards. I I just feel like I have to. And at certain points, certain shit, when she starts talking, I can't listen to it. I just gotta click off of it. I might be able to break it up into segments sometimes. But I really cannot watch too much Chrisean at one time. I can't. Um, I guess shout out to anybody that can watch it and they're still doing good. But I can't do it. It just doesn't feel right. Um the church even dressed her last time she was there. They gave her clothes. Don't wash clothes. I didn't know she was getting clothes from the church too. I figured she was probably getting some clothes from whoever it is she's allowed to whoever's couch she sleeps on, basically. I figured she'd be raiding their closets, but I didn't know the church was giving her clothes too. Chrisean down bad, bruh. She is down so bad. Not the church giving you clothes while you sit online talking about you're a millionaire and you're having compounds built. What? The other boxing girls don't like Chrisean. Yeah, I can tell. I've seen a few of the clips with the other girls that Chrisean boxes with, and you can tell that they don't like her for real. You really can. Um, I think Geronimo was pretty. Yeah, it was. He was. Um, I don't like saying it like that because it sounds disrespectful towards him, and yeah, I don't like saying it like that. But Chrisean got paid for that. Um, I believe it was $10,000 that she got paid to unalive Mr. V. Um, but yeah, it was. It wasn't random or anything like that. She was on live in his car. Yeah, she was. I remember that too. Um, and that was her working. I gotta go back and see if she had the pacifier on then. I'm pretty sure she did. Because I remember her having it on like the next day or so, whenever it was that, because y'all know that trip when she was in Miami, she had the same clothes on for like 3 days straight. And y'all remember she went and got in the pool and she still had the whole outfit on. She had her socks on too. Like she didn't bring any change of clothes, no nothing to take a shower with. She just went and sat in the pool and sanitized herself. Um, I can't watch her just clips. Yeah, I can't watch no whole stream of Chrisean. I can't. Um, it would just be too much for me. And he was trying to be an up and coming rapper. Who, Danza? Uh, Chrisean cannot take care of herself at all. That's why she always has to have somebody else with her. I haven't seen where Chrisean has just been by herself for like, I want to say more than like maybe 48 hours or so. Usually after like a day or two of Chrisean being by herself, you'll randomly see this new character pop up, or a old character pop up. So it might be her sister Tessa, it might be Chastity. Um, she might be by herself for a minute and then you see China go live, which means she just sent China a cash app and now China's gonna speak in favor of her or whatever. But she really can't be alone for too long at all. She needs somebody with her at all times. Um, because she a fake boxer. Yeah, Chrisean does not take boxing seriously at all. She just sees the type of reaction she gets about it, so she's dragging it out. But Chrisean don't give a fuck about no boxing. She had the church teacher as a celebrity, like, I come to your church, you're my outfit allowance. Not the church teacher. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. Like, sometimes I really just be like, sometimes I really just start thinking about it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Getting clothes from the church. And then you think about, like, all the dirt Chrisean does and the people that just go along with it, right? And usually they're doing it because Chrisean has promised them some money or something. So they just go along with her bullshit and they do it and don't get anything out of it. And the whole time, this is how Chrisean is living behind the scenes. Like, oh, y'all didn't see that? Well, I'll go find it and we'll we'll look at it tomorrow. But yeah, Chrisean she took a trip to Miami. She hung out with the jeweler for a little bit. Um And then I forgot whose video shoot it was that she went to. Was it Young Thug or something like that? Somebody had a video shoot in Miami and she went to it. She was all in the background, recording it or whatever. But she had the same clothes on for 3 days straight and then went and got in the pool with them on. She had the socks on in the pool and everything, just looking crazy. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's definitely not real boxing. Um And then her and Ronnie harassing the victim's family on the phone. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, when people celebrate Ronnie and they act like he was like a martyr or something like that, I'm not saying that Ronnie necessarily deserved to die. I'm not saying that. But Ronnie did a lot of wrong in this life. And you have to, when you think about Ronnie's death, right? Once again, I'm not saying he deserved to die or anything like that. I'm not God, so I don't get to make that determination, right? But when you look at, like, the circumstances surrounding Ronnie's death, like how he died, and then there's people on the internet that are mocking his death, and his family has to wait for answers, and his family has to deal with people mocking the death of him and stuff like that. There's a reason all that is going on. Everything you do in life, you gotta pay for it. You might not pay for it the next day, you might not pay for it the next week, the next year, or even the next decade, but everything you do at some point is gonna come back to you. And for Ronnie to take credit for a murder that he didn't do and then proceed to taunt the victim's family, and then he was going live talking about the victim and referring to him as heaven, yo, and just talking absolutely crazy, and then to find out that Chrisean's family is running around Baltimore freely talking about Ronnie's murder in the same way and admitting that, and her dad is admitting that he did it, and nobody cares for real, but Ronnie's family has to be on the receiving end, and they have to keep on hearing about how their son died, and there's people on the internet coming up with all these conspiracy theories as to what happened to him that didn't happen, and they already know the truth. And they keep getting online begging people to stop bringing Ronnie's name into stuff. They're saying, "Hey, Junior isn't Ronnie's child. Please stop. Please leave my family alone with this." But look at what Ronnie did to somebody else's family. Like I said, I'm not God. I don't have a dog in the fight or nothing like that, right? But the circumstances revolving around Ronnie's death after the fact, It has an awful lot of similarities with how Ronnie treated somebody else's family member when they passed away. I'm just saying. Um, let me see. Her and Marsh got into someone pool. Oh, I forgot about that. But yeah, you're right. When her and Marsh were outside, and they were both in somebody's pool with their jeans on, and everybody was looking at them like they were crazy. Um, yeah, for him to know how she is and kill for her is crazy, and he just left him in the dust like he was nothing. Yeah, Ronnie. I really can't feel bad for Ronnie. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Like I said, I'm not God or anything like that. I can't say whether or not he deserved to die. I can't do that. But the way Ronnie behaved with the death of Mr. V and the way his death is being handled now, after everything is said and done, it just is what it is for real. It is what it is. He decided to play along with Chrisean for way too long, and Chrisean went ahead and got him up out of here. And now the shit that he was doing for Chrisean on the internet, all that is still going on in regards to him now. And it just is what it is. Listen, I don't know any of these people, but I heard he was living a wildlife stuff doing with dope, I guess, and that's what happened to him. Um, Ronnie did had his own stuff going on too. But his death didn't have anything to do with necessarily any of his what do I want to call him? His extracurricular activity. His death had nothing to do with anybody but basically just playing around with Chrisean for too long and her finally turning on him. She just be talking a lot of crap trying to act like she's really bad as the big bad wolf. What do you think about the church member Valencia came out and thing? I skipped past what's his name? Sean Davy Way's video with her. I haven't gotten to watch it yet, so I can't comment on it yet. I haven't watched it yet. I don't feel bad for Ronnie how he did Mr. V, but he still deserves justice. Everyone does, including Mr. V. Yeah, I think Ronnie still deserves justice. I'm not gonna say that he doesn't. So I'm not gonna say he doesn't deserve any justice or anything like that. It really is just you gotta sit back and look at the karma of things, basically. But yeah, I still believe every single one of Krishan's victims, even the ones that were just assaulted by her. I think all Krishan's victims deserve justice for real. Even Ronnie, as much as he did while he was on Earth, God rest his soul. I don't think that he deserved to die, especially not for the reason that he did die. The real reason that Ronnie died, I don't think he deserved to die for that, and I think it was senseless that he was killed actually. But yeah, I think all of them deserve justice. Krishan Rock talks about death like ordering a burger. She does. Extreme, like Krishan has no regard for human life at all. The way she talks about death, the way she talks about SA, the way she talks about people being seriously injured, all kinds of stuff. The way she talks about that stuff, I don't see how people don't see that Krishan is evil. I really don't get it at all. And it came full circle to Ronnie's family. I can only imagine what will come full circle to Krishan. Yeah, Krishan, a lot of people think that Krishan has gotten started with her karma because she's basically blackballed herself from the industry and nobody really fucks with her like that anymore. But I don't think Krishan's karma has started at all yet. This might be like what the shit that she goes through now behind the scenes. It might be like the prequel, or the precursor, whatever it's called. But I don't think it's started at all for her yet. Because Krishan has caused a lot a lot of destruction, death, chaos. She has countless victims. Like I said, some are living and some aren't, but Chrisean has a lot of victims and she has a lot of enemies. That's why her life is in shambles now because she has so many enemies. I don't think her karma has started yet, but I can't imagine what it's gonna look like for her for real. Ronnie's a local informant, unlike Chrisean, she's feds. That's what I was thinking too. I knew Ronnie was an informant, but I was thinking that he was a local informant. I knew he wasn't I didn't think he was a fed. Um, and then y'all heard China, supposedly China is a local informant too. I can see that. Um, I heard her talking about abortions like it was nothing to her. Yeah, abortions too. Chrisean is an extremely disgusting individual. Anything bad in this world, Chrisean just talks about it like it's like second nature to her or something. Like nothing affects her, anything like that. Chrisean is sick. One Blueface gone before she see him with someone else and for posting that kid private. I don't even think well, when it comes to like the posting the hernia part, I don't think Chrisean was mad about I don't think she was mad for Junior's sake. I'll say that. I think Chrisean was mad that Blueface exposed her and how she hadn't been dealing with the surgery and stuff. But I don't think she was mad that Blueface necessarily exposed it. It was more so the fact that it was exposing her for being a bad mom and having her priorities fucked up. Because remember at that time, Chrisean was on a high. She had just had Junior. It was fuck Blueface. Everybody was trying to, hype Chrisean up and give her new opportunities. She had she had gotten a deal with Fashion Nova, but she ran off on them. Stuff like that, right? She was on a very much so cloud nine in life. So for Blueface to come out and show that she wasn't, taking care of her duties as a mom, that was big for her. But yeah, it was for her. I don't think it was for Junior. Um, that's what happens when you play with the devil. Yeah, that's true. You can only dance with the devil for so long. Um, wasn't he and Cray together? We're trying to set up Blueface. I want to say I forgot to go back and look at that story, but I want to say yeah that it was Ronnie that was the other person that was involved when Chrisean was trying to set Blueface up. I'm pretty sure it was Ronnie, but I have like a little bit of doubt, so I'm not gonna say 1,000% yes it was, but I'm pretty sure it was him. But I'm gonna have to go back and like find all the videos and stuff and before I can confirm. Um, but yeah. And remember, that's what Wack 100, that was originally why Wack 100 didn't want Chrisean around no more, was because Chrisean tried to set Blueface up and, well, Blue, Callie, and Jaden. And Blueface basically just told Wack 100 that it would be okay. And he just went along with it. So, um, yeah, Chrisean put I talked about it earlier in the live. Chrisean put a gun to Ronnie's mom's head. But that's true too, about him driving her to school. Because at one point, Chrisean was living with Ronnie at his mom's house, and Ronnie would have to wake her up for school and tell her to wash her face and brush her teeth and take a shower and stuff like that. The same way, Blue used to have to tell her to take a shower on Blue Girls Club. But yeah, all that's true. But yeah, it was a gun that she put to Ronnie's mom's head. Um, I truly believe Chrisean is a psychopath, but I think she also has other mental health issues. Yeah, she has. I have to go back and look at my notes on it, but Chrisean has 5 mental health diagnoses. I don't want to say exactly which ones they are right now because off the top of my head, I really can't think of which ones they are, but I know I have them somewhere. We'll revisit it though. Um, she will have just as many bodies as Diddy's do, but they are waiting to grab her. Yeah, I think at this point, I think the feds have like a couple last Well, really one. I think Blueface, because right now Blueface is Chrisean's assignment. In case y'all didn't know, Blueface is Chrisean's assignment right now. So I think I don't know for sure because I'm not behind the scenes, of course, but I think that it seems like Blueface is going to be Chrisean's last assignment. Like they've basically just been waiting for Chrisean to do too much. And they're just keep building a RICO case against her, and then they're gonna revoke her informant status. That's what it looks like to me. I'm not stating that is fact though. So I'm gonna say allegedly, but that's my opinion on it. Um Multiple personality disorder, intermediate explosive disorder, antisocial personality disorder. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I be forgetting the multiple personality disorder doesn't it have a new name now. That's the one that I can't ever think of, like a more updated name, an official name. That's the one that I always have trouble remembering. But yeah, these are her mental health diagnoses. Um I think the one I want to say it was antisocial. She does I remember antisocial is one of them. Multiple personality disorder is one of them. Narcissistic is one of them. And I want to say it's supposed to be I would have to go back and look at my notes, but I want to say the intermediate should be switched with the borderline if I remember right or something like that. It's close enough for now until we confirm it. Um Yeah, Junior is definitely the start of her karma. The way Junior exposes Chrisean all the time, Junior's definitely part of her karma, and then she can't get rid of him like she wants to so bad. Chrisean allegedly, Chrisean has tried several times to off Junior. Like that time that we talked about with the whole black market situation or whatever. That was not the first time that Chrisean tried to get rid of him. Like she has a whole that's like her thing is trying to see how she can get rid of Junior. But she absolutely cannot. She just stuck with him. And then she come to LA talking about she finna drop Junior off at Blueface's house and all kinds of shit and he don't want Junior. She's trying so hard to get rid of him and she just can't shake him. Then she flipped, it starts fake crying and her stupid fans fall for it. That's true. That's true. All Chrisean got to do is that dumbass cry. Where's Junior at crying? Because people saying that Junior looks like Chrisean when she cries, and low key he does. Poor Junebug. I hate that I have to use this video for this, but he do kind of. Let me see. That's how Chrisean be looking when she cry. Oh. Oh. I paused it just in the right spot. Y'all kind of see Blueface from the side? Not exactly, but just a little bit. Like it not necessarily the facial features, but more so like the facial expression. I'm seeing a little Porter side. Let me not get y'all riled up in here. Um yeah, DID, multiple personality. That's what it is. I kept on wanting to say DPD for some reason, but yeah, DID. She definitely is schizo. She said she hears the voice now. She calls I was thinking about that the other day too, how she be calling the voices in her head the Holy Spirit. Oh, let me read a few more comments and then we're gonna get off because this live is almost 4 hours long. You can see it in her face. She's so annoyed. Yeah, she be tired of Junior. She don't want to pick him up and cuddle with him or nothing like that, but she got to put on a show for the camera. She don't want to do too much with him though. You said that's why I said let me not do too much with it. I might be tripping. He just looked a little familiar to me. Like what y'all know looks are subjective over here. From now on, I'm gonna make a little sign, and from now on, I'm gonna put it up on the screen whenever I'm about to say somebody looks like somebody. I'm gonna just say looks are subjective. Um, he looks extremely angry in that shot. Yeah, Junior's sick of Chrisean, and Chrisean's sick of Junior. I think Junior. We just talked about how Chrisean is on her what's possibly her last assignment for the boys with Blueface. And I think Junior is just about on his last few assignments with exposing Chrisean, honestly. Cause he not doing too good. And I don't Chrisean shit ain't going right for her. Junior taking more beatings, everything else. He probably Chrisean, even right here, right? Chrisean probably ain't fed Junior in probably 3 days now. Cause I told you already about how allegedly she been putting her hands on him again. If she's been hitting him, you know she probably not feeding him either. So he probably hasn't had his usual bottle of Ensure or anything in days. Like she just been beating him and starving him for days probably. Junior finna do something else to expose Chrisean. And this time it might just be passing away for real. I hate to say it like that, but it just might be it. Unless somebody do something where they somehow record her mistreating him or something like that and it gets leaked. I feel like Junior is finna really expose Chrisean some way, somehow. Because if she's beating on him more and starving him for days, and we seeing her do it on camera, this boy got almost his whole damn hand shoved in his mouth because he's so hungry. This shit is crazy. He must have done something really bad in his past life. And that's true too. And that's why sometimes I can't, it's like I feel bad for Junior, but it's like low-key I can't. Because children are supposed to be innocent. They're supposed to be wholesome, all that stuff, right? What the fuck did Junior do so bad that Chrisean is his mom? Like he's going through this in life. And I'm not saying this is necessarily fact or anything like that. Like I'm not saying that Junior deserves this treatment, but at the same time, I'm looking at it from a view of like reincarnation, basically, right? What did Junior do in his past life that this is his life currently today? That's all I'm saying. That poor child. Yeah, Junior's going through a lot. Pray for Junior, for real. Y'all might not be able to call CPS to save him, but at least pray that tomorrow is a new day and he gets a little Pediasure or something. He can at least put something on his stomach so he's not as hungry or something like that. Pray for things that have a chance of happening for Junior. Pray for that for Junior. Remember she has 3 filters on him at least. Yeah, she always has filters on him, and now she always does the extendo baby hairs and all that too. She got to make him match his deity. They changed a few medical terms around, but it's on point. Yeah. That's not the way Junior looks. Yeah. Like I said, Chrisean be playing on the internet with the way Junior looks. That's why I don't understand how people say that he looks like Ronnie when Junior has a new face almost every day. Holy Spirit. No, it's the body. She listens to demons, that's for sure. Yeah, and y'all hear that fucking Bible talk that she be listening to, or alleged Bible talk, the guy with the deep voice that be talking in the back of her videos, whatever shit that is she listens to, I gotta put a lot of her shit on mute too. Cause I don't know what that shit is, but it sounds extremely demonic. And I don't want to hear it playing in my house or anything else. I don't know what that is that she's listening to, but that shit sounds demonic. It does. And people still sitting around talking about how she's changed and she loves the Lord and all that. Chrisean is evil. She's embarrassed by Junior extremely. I believe he's really sick of her. Poor kids. He's stuck. Yeah. I think Junior is sick of Chrisean. I think Javon is sick of Journey and not Journey. Well, actually Journey, yeah. I think Javon is sick of Journey. I think he's sick of Jaden, and I think he's low key sick of Blueface too. I think he has little moments where he gets along with all of them, but I think he's sick of all of them, and I think he's sick of Carlissa. I think all these kids are sick of their nothing ass parents for real. I think all of them are sick of their parents. Zoom in inside his mouth, his greenish back, and he got a bump on his lip. I think somebody else said earlier. We were talking about the inside of his mouth. I don't know how to zoom in on the StreamYard, y'all. Hold on, let me see. I'll have to zoom in on it and then just put it on the screen, or learn how to zoom in on StreamYard something. But yeah, I believe it. I believe it's all greenish and he got some stuff going on, because Lord knows Chrisean not brushing his teeth or anything else. I think Junior hits her back. He fighting for his life. Yeah, y'all remember that live when Chrisean I think she was on stream with Ray J or something like that, and Ray J was talking to the camera, but Chrisean was sitting in the background with Junior, and Junior put hands on her. I think Junior do be hitting her back. He can't see what he's doing for real, or else he'd do it more often. But Junior be hitting her back too. She just be snatching them up, poor baby. Yep. I just see a disabled child. Yeah, I don't see, like I said, for the most part, all I see is Chrisean and uh like some his diagnosis features basically. I don't really see, and every once in a while if he's turned in a certain angle, I might see somebody else, but I don't really see where he looks like Ronnie or anything else for real. And most of the time, even when he looks like Chrisean, he's making certain facial expressions and stuff like that. Junior probably molested or done worse to a child in a past life. Yeah, he did something. I think he did something in his past life. Not Junior the toddler. I know y'all are, some people in the back probably mad we talking about a toddler like this, but Junior was probably a grown man in his past life, and he was running around doing a lot of dirt. He came back as a child, being abused. She's so unhinged. She blames Junior for what she did to him. Yeah, just like she blames. Y'all ever heard Chrisean blame Wack 100 and Blueface for her reputation, as if anybody played a role in that besides her? Because nobody else in the circus has the exact same reputation as Chrisean, even her nothing ass family. But her reputation is hers all on her own. She is absolutely the worst one. Whether we're talking about Blue's family or the rest of her family, she's absolutely the worst one. But she blames her reputation that she created all on her own on Wack 100 and Blueface. I know she blames Junior for how he is too, even though she did that to him. I'm positive she does. He's in pain on his way out to transition. Yeah, I think this might be close to being it for Junior. Because didn't his death date, didn't they say it was like he wouldn't live past 4 years old is what they told her, and he's about to be 3. And I think him not living past 4 years old, that would have been if he was getting anything close to the proper care that he was supposed to be getting. Like if Chrisean was actually taking him to the doctor and stuff like that, then he would live to around 4 years old. But starving him and having him in all kinds of extreme conditions, and he doesn't have any structure at all, no therapy, no care, no medication, no nothing. There's no way he's gonna make it to 4 years old. If he does, he is an absolute soldier for real. I'm surprised he's even made it this long, honestly. I think Chrisean is surprised he's made it this long. Yeah, I think Junior's next stunt is gonna be his last one for real. We could be wrong, but I think it'll be his last one for real. Um, mm, Go to Corey. He got the still shot posted. Let me check. Oh wait, hold on, y'all. Listen to this. Corey just posted this. I didn't see this.
Sunday no homework. I'm about to step right here. My son, girl, it's either like if we have. No, for real. Who was it? It was some pups. You don't like that little, I guess the texture, or even. Yeah, like it has to do with like, yeah, stuff, all that. That's all for the yogurt. Look, he won't eat French fries, but he eat mashed potatoes. Chicken wing, won't eat chicken, but if you take the meat off, like it's very particular. Okay? I just have to do what he wants. Oatmeal, like the little squeezies, yogurt. Uh, yeah, keep it sure. What is it called? Yeah, keep it sure. So he get comfortable with eating. So he get comfortable with eating.
Like the way Chrisean lies, bruh. The way Chrisean so effortlessly lies, this bitch literally just set up and said Junior don't eat French fries, but he eats mashed potatoes. We already seen for ourselves that that's not true. Junior cannot eat any solid foods whatsoever. She start talking about how Junior won't eat chicken wings, but he'll eat it if you start. She was gonna say if you peel the skin off, he'll eat the chicken, and she's straight up fucking lying. And then said all that just to say, oh, he drinks Pediasure until he gets comfortable eating. Bitch, Chrisean. When I say Chrisean will literally sit up and just tell a straight up fucking lie. Like, just straight up lie, and then 2 seconds later, tell on herself. That's how crazy this bitch is. It is shameful. Like, she don't have no type of shame about it, though. It's extremely shameful, but she has none. Um, not not they trying to report her stream for driving while streaming. Find a way to get her up out of there, though, because I'm tired of it already. I don't even watch Chrisean stream, and I'm already over it. I'm already over it. All the lying, clearly, oh, here we go. Hold on. Oh, it is nasty back there. No, why does the inside of his mouth look like that? Hold on, y'all. I'm finna put the picture up on the screen. Hold on. I didn't think it was that bad. I knew like his teeth had probably started rotting or something like that because all he does is drink milk and Chrisean don't brush his teeth and that shit will rot your teeth out. But I didn't know that it was like this bad though. Hold on. Y'all see like how it's all gray and shit in the back of his mouth? Mind you, this is a toddler. He shouldn't be going through any type of oral infections or decay or anything like that. Junior's teeth look like they like his tongue, it seems like nothing has ever been done in his mouth. Like he's never had his teeth brushed or anything else. Like he need a damn feeding tube. She need to ask the doctor, but she claims he has no disabilities. I think Chrisean not getting Junior a feeding tube is mainly because she don't want him to live no way. Because like we've already talked about how she likes to starve him. But I also think it's like I think that's the main thing is that she just wants to starve him. But I also think she has no interest in actually like doing everything that comes with taking care of someone that has a feeding tube. Like having to keep everything sterile and change it and actually have to process food and actually have to like make his food for him and stuff. She would never want to do that. That's why all he gets is Pediasure now. Yeah, he can't eat. Junior literally cannot eat solid food. It's not because Krishan doesn't want to feed him or anything like that necessarily, but he straight up cannot eat solid food. So anytime y'all start hearing like Krishan or anybody close to her talking about him eating solid food, they're lying. If Junior eats any solid food, he'll pass away. It just is what it is. That's how messed up his digestive system is, that if he eats any type of solid food, Junior will choke and pass away. So her and her friend sitting in the car talking about he won't eat yogurt melts, and Krishan starting to talk about, oh, he will or won't eat chicken wings, whatever the fuck she said. Krishan straight up lying. And once again, look at the inside of Junior's mouth for real. No 2-year-old child, the inside of their mouth should not look like this, especially when they don't even eat. If Junior was like a normal child and he was running around eating all kinds of questionable shit, eating candy or something like that, I'd be like, okay, well, maybe it's just a mix of colors or something like that. But Junior don't intake anything except for milk and Pediasure, and that's it. Mm-mm-mm. I remember on a certain creator's channel, she said, remember the date 421 or 424. They would say, but I now think that's supposed to be Junior's expiration date, my guess. I want to say it was May 21st, but I don't think it was a while back. So I'm trying to remember exactly um what the context was or what the conversation was, but I want to say it wasn't that part wasn't about Junior. If I remember right, that part was about Blueface. It was something Chrisean did on that date regarding Blueface. But Junior, I don't think they gave Junior like an actual like the official date. I think they just said that it was supposed to be um uh or they said he wouldn't live past 4 years old. And I want to say that was Chrisean, somebody from Chrisean's family that put that out. It was either somebody from Chrisean's family or a family friend or something like that that said that the time frame that they gave Chrisean was not past 4 years old for him. Um Looks like infected thrush. Yeah. Y'all, I was about to say something crazy. I'm gonna say it anyway though. Y'all know how on the last live I was talking about how Carlissa was mad because she said Chrisean used to leave her thrush covered panties on the ground. Like, why does I was about to say Junior's mouth looks like the inside of Chrisean's panties. I shouldn't say that though. That's fucked up. It is. It's late, y'all. But there's no reason that a 2-year-old should have thrush. There's not at all. I there's no reason that a 3-year-old should have thrush. There's not at all. Um, let me see. That's why the church lady was crying, saying, "I don't know, I didn't know he couldn't eat." Yeah, supposedly, and I will have to go back and find this text message, but I'm pretty sure I still have it. Um, Chrisean, I want to say it was one of Chrisean's niece, either her niece or her cousin or something like that. She was in a group chat or she was texting with somebody else and a screenshot got released of it, and she was talking about how basically what I said, right? Like if anybody feeds Junior, he could choke and die. Um, but they were explaining how Chrisean Jr.'s his system is so messed up basically from all the seizures that he has that it makes it so that he can't swallow any solid food. So even though it's not that Chrisean necessarily doesn't want to feed him solid food, that's not the thing. It's still her fault that he can't eat solid foods. Cuz it's her fault that he has that seizure disorder. So either way it goes, it's her fault. It leads back to Chrisean, you know? But yeah, he literally cannot eat food at all. It's not just a thing of Chrisean not wanting to feed him. And honestly, even if it was just that, she probably still wouldn't feed him for real. If Junior was normal and he didn't have those complications, I still don't think Chrisean would be feeding him like that. Um, his tongue is probably all effed up and hurts most of the time from infection. Yeah, and that's the sad part about it too. Anytime you have like any type of infection in your mouth, even if it's just like a toothache or something like that, we as adults know your whole mouth be on fire. I couldn't imagine a 2-year-old having a whole infection in their mouth and not be in pain at all. And Chrisean just running around getting her Stunner Girl wig, creating soap operas that never happened, all kinds of shit, stalking Jaden, all kinds of shit while her child has an infection, a long ongoing, clearly infection in his mouth. Who just waits for the sun expiration date? Chrisean, straight up demon. That's why I said she's from hell, straight from the devil's nutsack. But life insurance won't pay out. That's like if you commit suicide, they won't pay out. There's different clauses. Chrisean doesn't have any life insurance policies on Junior because nobody would insure Junior. Chrisean does have a life insurance policy on somebody, though. He has a life insurance policy on somebody. I don't know how they issued it to her. But she has a life insurance policy on somebody, and it's not Junior. Make note of that, chat. Just in case when something happens, y'all see Chrisean out flexing everywhere, talking about how much money she got. She just all of a sudden has an influx of money from doing absolutely nothing. I think she doesn't want to look like she has a kid with a disability on paper. She doesn't want to accept the truth to the world. I can see that. I think Chrisean, she doesn't want a child with a disability, but she also doesn't, you're right, like she doesn't want that connected to her. I think you're right about that. She doesn't want to accept that it was her that did it. Um I think I feel like she's accepted the fact that she has a special needs child, but she doesn't want to accept the fact that it was her that caused her child to be like that. But then at the same time, sometimes I feel like she don't even care. So, um, when she showed her food cabinets was all I needed to know. Yeah, because she didn't have nothing for Junior in there. And I seen some people in the comments, they were trying to talk about, oh, well, maybe he can eat that soup and stuff like that. No, he cannot eat. That's why when she showed her cabinets, it didn't have any baby food in it. She didn't say anything about like, oh, well, me and Junior like this type of stuff or anything like that. It was all about her. Junior did not have any food in those cabinets at all because he don't eat. He can't eat. But she's lazy. She don't care for real. She don't care for real, for real. He's tired is her excuse every time. And I just thought about that too when I watched that clip before I came up here. That is always her excuse. Every time Junior starts crying, mind you, once again, Junior is almost 3 years old. He's not just still tired all the time. He can't communicate. You made sure that he couldn't communicate and say nothing, Chrisean. But he's not just tired. That boy be in pain. And you know, Chrisean knows Junior be in pain. She just don't care. That right there, he hungry, he can't talk. Yeah. Let's see. This must be very painful. That's why he's putting his hand in his mouth. And she's another planet. Don't care. Yeah. I think that's part of why he's putting his hand in his mouth too. And y'all remember, I haven't seen him doing it recently, but like a couple months ago when people were talking about how Junior is always scratching his ass, and then we kind of really had to think about it and think about the fact that he probably has an extreme diaper rash, and then Chastity came out and confirmed that he had a really bad diaper rash, and she had to help clear it up while she was down there with him. Look, mama walking around infected, her nether regions inflamed and nasty, and then Junior just gotta live with a hernia and his nether regions just doing whatever because Chrisean don't want to take care of him. Like I said early in the live, Chrisean needs to be put in a cage. She needs a cage. She does. She don't need to be in charge of nobody's child at all, including her own children. She shouldn't be allowed to reproduce ever again. And she needs to be locked up in a cage the majority of the day. In a kennel too, not even a prison cell. Just lock her up in a kennel. That's good enough at this point. Yeah, I don't put nothing past her. He came through the canal. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. She don't want the public to be able to say I told you so in regard to Junior being disabled. And that's the thing. She's never going to be able to do that. Like we see it. Some of us heard it like within the first few days of him being on Earth. And so y'all remember when Junior was first born? I think it was the same day Junior was born. This is a terrible example that I'm about to use because she got a lot of nerve too, because she also gave birth to a disabled child because of shit she was doing while she was pregnant. But Queen Op, when Junior was first born, do y'all remember when Queen Op said something about how Junior's eyes were faced far apart and something was wrong with his ears, and she said that something was wrong with him? and everybody told her she was a hater and that she was wrong and nothing was wrong with Chrisean's baby. And now here we are almost 3 years later, and n there are very few, I won't say not everybody, because Chrisean still got a few fans left that for some reason are still in denial. Um, but yeah, this is what we're looking at today in today's times. Some people were calling it out right away. They really were. Um, Straight up animal, nothing about her is cute. Yeah, that's why I said she need her kennel. It's not like she went away to live a private life. She's on the internet all the time. Yeah, I don't get that. And that's what I'm saying. If Chrisean really, she did want to have that narrative that like she had a disabled child or something, she should have just took the Nicki route, the Nicki Minaj route. Because Nicki Minaj got a disabled child too, for real. He's not quite as bad as Junior, but Papa Bear has some challenges too. And y'all don't see Nikki posting Papa Bear every 2 seconds. Of course, she takes pictures with him and stuff like that. But is nothing at all, not even a little bit, like how Chrisean does with her child. She should have just been quiet about Junior. She should have handled her pregnancy behind the scenes, gave birth to him, all that. Nobody would know what she was doing behind the scenes. It would just be a coincidence that he had special needs, and that would be the end of it. Some of us, like myself, we'd still have questions, and we'd still be doing some investigating to see exactly why he is the way he is, right? Especially knowing Chrisean's history and her track record. You know, there would be some correlations between what Chrisean does and why her child was that way, but there wouldn't be so much evidence of what's truly going on the internet. And that's what she should have did. She should have handled the pregnancy privately. When Junior was born, she shouldn't have been live streaming it. Do y'all know, like, if Chrisean hadn't have live streamed her Junior's birth, we wouldn't know anything about the fact that Junior was born going through withdrawals. We wouldn't know anything about the fact that Junior was born not breathing or crying. We wouldn't know any of that. We wouldn't know who was in the delivery room. We wouldn't know anything, but she just wanted that little piece of clout so bad. Like, yeah, I went live giving birth. She wanted that so bad. She did that, you know, and just always, every time she has these little ideas about going live and shit, all she's doing is exposing herself. Yeah, she has to display him for whatever reason. I don't know why, but all she does is expose herself too. It sounds like Charleston White. Yeah, Charleston had a lot to say too. I don't. I got $1 million baby, baby. It was either million or billion. I don't even remember at this point. Either way, it was ridiculous. Uh, um, Sexy Red never posted her kid. Is that child okay? Hmm. We'll have to do some investigating. I feel like Sexy Red handles her pregnancies better than Chrisean handled hers though, honestly. And I don't think Sexy Red is as she don't to me, of course we've seen like her son before, but I don't feel like she goes overboard with posting her kids either. I feel like she likes to give her kids their privacy for the most part too. Um Not came into the world with the nip of Henny in his hand. Junior was going through it when he was first born, though. That video where Charlotte's holding him and he's going through withdrawals, and everybody just hovered around him talking about, oh, he's so cute. And he's literally fighting for his life because his mom was pregnant his mom was high her whole pregnancy, high and drunk her whole pregnancy, off all kinds of shit too, not just weed. Yeah. If there's ever a RICO for Junior, an indictment list for Junior, everybody need to be on it for real. Newborn baby clearly going through withdrawals and her whole family just sitting around. Oh, he's so cute. praising Chrisean. Oh, you a mom now. Fuck Chrisean. I would have been deeply disturbed if my sister or whoever else was of relation to Chrisean in that room. If she had a gave birth to a child and I'm holding it and it's shaking because it's going through withdrawals, that shit would have been so disturbing, and they act like nothing was happening with it. We never heard that song again, thank God. Yeah, she was all on stage with tight clothes. She was falling off of stages, hanging out of car windows. Y'all remember she would stay up for like days at a time, raging at Blue because he wouldn't want to be at home with her, all kinds of shit. And people just sat back and, oh, well, she's growing, she's learning, the baby's gonna change her. Yeah, right. All that crying they do, they do a drawing, so sad. It is. And Junior, and that's the thing too, is that Junior back then, right? Junior wasn't even crying like that. Y'all remember Chrisean used to think that that was a flex. She would be like, "Oh, he's such a cool kid. He don't even really cry for real." That was a red flag, and she ignored it. That was a super red flag, and she just ignored it. Blue left him upstairs. I would have to. Ain't no way he was gonna be riding around with me meowing, and the fact she thought Blue would change his diaper and fix a 3-year-old a baby bottle. That Mm-mm. Not riding around with me meowing. Sexy Red was on stage with extremely tight clothes. Oh, I guess that's true too. I didn't really pay attention to Sexy Red's pregnancy like that. It might be Nevaeh that finally takes Chrisean out. Mm, mm. I can kind of see where you're coming from, but I don't think so. I'm not gonna say why I don't think so yet because right now it's just a theory, and I don't want it to be looked at as fact. Um, but I'm not gonna say you're wrong because it could be. Um, but I don't think it is going to be for real. Um, Tareen was crying. Thank you, Jesus. Tareen was doing an awful lot of hooping and hollering in there. She sure was. An awful lot of it. Um, um, because so all of them knew all the issues that Junior has. All of them knew about the fact that Junior was going to have these issues before he was born. So that's why Tareen was in the hospital looking scared, all that shit. All of them knew that Junior was gonna have issues. None of it was like a surprise when he came out. Cause even the whole thing with Junior being blind, right? That didn't come from, even though Chrisean absolutely did have STIs when she gave birth to Junior and she just sent him through the canal anyway. The way it was explained is that still isn't what caused Junior being blind. Junior's blindness is due to brain damage. Like his actual eyes on their own, they work okay. But the part of his brain that's supposed to process the images that his eyes see, that part is damaged. So they knew about all this shit. They knew that his brain was they knew he had brain damage. They knew his skull was underdeveloped. They knew everything that Junior has going on with him. They knew about it before he was born. That's what makes it even crazier when all of them just go along with Chrisean's lies, and you hear Chrisean acting like her child doesn't have any disabilities or anything like that. She's known literally from jump that something was wrong with her child. It's not a surprise at all. That's why Tareen cut that camera off because he wasn't crying at birth. Yeah, and then if you listen if you listen to the live for real, you can hear the nurses in the background asking how to cut the camera off, and they're saying, "Oh, we just want to make sure he starts breathing and stuff like that." She was on that snow while doing that. Yeah, Chrisean was popping pills, snorting coke, doing all kinds of stuff while she was pregnant. It was never just weed and alcohol. He was subdued as fuck. He sure was. Yeah, when he was first born, and that's not good in the labor room. I remember. Yeah. There was a whole lot going on the day Junior was born. And a lot of people missed it. But there was a whole lot going on the day that boy was born. I was thinking that too, like she can't even watch his real kids that do for themselves. Yeah, he admits it too. He straight up admits it. That's why I don't know why anybody was taking Chrisean, oh, I'm gonna drop him off and they're gonna do this, that, and the third together. And her saying that she left Junior with him for a week when he won't even spend a whole 24 hours with Javon and Journey, but he gonna watch Junior for a week. Man, please. Tareen lied and said Junior was healthy and he was walking. Yep. Tareen is full of shit too. Tareen's full of shit just like Chrisean is full of shit. They just be lying. All of them be lying. And you remember when Blueface first came home and he set up the ball pit and tried to make it look like Junior was standing up on his own and all that shit. Blueface be playing with Junior too, lying about what it is he can and can't do. You could tell Chrisean was scared to see him face to face. Yeah. And then remember, she said too in that that live after she had him, she was like, it looked like something was coming out of him. I was scared for real. She was talking about that hernia. She knew he had the hernia then and she wasn't doing nothing about it. Talking about she's scared. It looked like something was coming out of him. And got the nerve to say that disgusting shit about the second kid and then say, but Junior healthy and he good. Yeah. Yeah. That's Chrisean is always speaking on somebody's kids when she shouldn't be. And I feel like Junior, when we talk about Chrisean's karma and how Junior is a part of it, he is because before Chrisean ever got pregnant, right? Chrisean used to do an awful lot of speaking on other people's kids too. Even back then, she used to speak on people's kids all the time. She made fun of Callie's son for being a preemie, all kinds of shit. So and that's the other thing too, like whenever somebody makes a little joke about Junior or something, or they call him Lil Nigga or Meow Mix, or they call him a cat or something like that, right? It's like I really can't. I know Junior is supposed to be a child and he's supposed to be his own person, but I have a hard time feeling sorry for real off the strength that he is Chrisean's son because of all the shit Chrisean has talked about other people's children. Chrisean has said some crazy shit about Javon. She said some crazy shit about Journey. Even her own people. She said some crazy shit about her niece, her niece's baby, all kind. Chrisean has no limits, no boundaries at all. So why should anybody do that with her kid for real? I'm not saying it's right to talk about a child, but the way Chrisean talks about other people's kids and freely and openly, hers is not off limits either. Because the only reason she be talking about other people's kids is so she can get underneath the parent's skin. So when somebody does it to her, shit, it just is what it is to me. I really can't be mad about it. She's a whole demon. She is. She's done more than just talking. She pulled a gun on Bonnie, little boy. Yeah, that's true too. She pulled the gun on him. She used to be cussing at him all the time, calling him a little bitch. She used to try to get what was her dog's name? Blue Rock to try to attack him and shit like that. If y'all weren't around back then and y'all didn't know, she used to do all kinds of shit to that little boy. Chrisean is a nasty bitch. She really is. Chastity baby working cell phone. Yeah, Luella is doing her biggest one. I know that be burning Chrisean up for real. to see Luella. Luella is what, I think right around a year younger than, or it might be a little over a year younger than Junior, and lapping him in every single milestone. I know that'd be burning Chrisean up. She also said her son is the golden child in front of his older two at the arcade. I remember that. I remember, mind you, Blueface carrying Junior around, he just bobbing and weaving everywhere. But she was talking about Junior as the golden child. Junior was the only child in the equation that pulled up in a makeshift car seat, but he was the he was the golden child. Um, yep, I remember that too. Marsha's son in the pool, and she wouldn't help him, but she had her pregnant, alcohol-filled stomach all in the camera, just wanting to be seen. And for all those fans of hers that say why CPS didn't step in, if all that was in her system, CPS was involved from the very beginning. Chrisean lied and said it was because Blueface posted that pic. Facts. Because there was most definitely a CPS case filed the day Junior was born too, and she just ran out the hospital with him. I think I want to say I showed y'all that interview that Wack 100 did confirming that before. Yeah, but she had people on her. She was able to circumvent the system. She ran out the hospital. Then people contacted Sean Malone. He said that he promised that she would come back and take care of the situation. She never did. She went back to LA and nothing ever happened with it. Her resources working for her. Bobbing and weaving, staring at the ceiling. Yeah, talking about that's the golden child. All the other kids in the situation, they running around the arcade playing games, having fun. Junior just bobbing and weaving, staring at the ceiling. Hair not combed, looking like Kramer from Seinfeld, all kinds of shit. But he's the golden child. Charity's children will be the curse breaker, probably the little one. Chastity needs to stay away from her sister. Yeah, Chastity seems like, even though Chastity has her own allegations too, along when it comes to like getting her baby father unalived, I feel like Chastity is the more she's the one that has a bigger heart than the rest of them. I don't think Chastity is still a good person, but I think if she actually raises her kids well, then yeah, they could be the ones to break generational curses, possibly. She didn't have him at a regular hospital. Yeah, she did. That rumor about her having him at a birthing center, that's not true. Uh, that's been debunked already too. She had him at what was it? GBMC or something like that, Greater Baltimore Medical Center. That's a regular hospital. Um, I don't think it was the live that she gave birth in, but it was the live after that. Or somebody took a picture of Chrisean or something like that, but it had like the chart in the background that they have in the hospital room that has like the mom and the baby's information, and it had Greater Baltimore Medical Center on the back of it. Junior wasn't born at a birthing center. He was born at a regular hospital. Chrisean just ran out the hospital when she got notified that CPS was coming. In fact, y'all know that video where Chrisean has like the two-piece denim suit on or whatever, and she starts crying and she's talking about Blueface, I will fucking kill you, bro. Nobody's taking my baby from me, all that shit. She acted like she was talking to Blueface in that moment, but she was actually talking to the hospital staff, because at the time that video happened, she had already been alerted that a CPS case was filed and that they were coming to get Junior, basically. And so after that, that's when she ran out the hospital. Or that sometime around there. After that, that was when she left the hospital, and she was supposed to Sean Malone was contacted. She was supposed to return with Junior, take care of everything, and then she never came back, and she just went back to LA. I really think her days with the feds coming to the end, they tired of her ass too. Yeah, everybody's tired of her ass. That's why I'm saying I'm pretty sure that her Blueface being her assignment right now, I'm pretty sure that this is her last assignment. I don't know for fact. So this is not information that like somebody else said or anything like that. This is my opinion, but I really think this is her last assignment for real. Because everybody's tired of Chrisean. Everybody, including the feds. Everybody's tired of that hoe. People got to remember how long she was in the run with them warrants. Same she doing the same either way CPS. Um yeah, more it's always more there's never an end to the lies, unfortunately. She had him at the same possible I gave birth to my 3 at GMBC Greater Baltimore Medical Center. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, Greater Baltimore Medical Center. But yeah, she it was in the background in one of her lives or picture or something like that. But yeah, that birthing center, that's another thing too. When I was talking about earlier in the live how people just come up with these narratives and it takes away from the truth and the truth is way more interesting than the narratives people put out. Like, people were saying that Chrisean gave birth at a birthing center to excuse how she left, how it was that she left the hospital with Junior. However, the truth is that she actually did have him at a real hospital. There was a CPS case filed the day Junior was born, and she just ran out the hospital. She ran out the back door with him. That's way more interesting than her having him at a birthing center. The fact that Tessa got fired from her job because Chrisean ran out the back door with her newborn baby that was going through withdrawals. That's way more interesting than that story about a birthing center. If y'all would listen to people when they like give y'all the truth of stuff, I swear y'all could learn a lot. Because none of this stuff is really private. All of it's been on the internet, but it gets overshadowed with all the lies and narratives that people come up with to try to make sense of Chrisean's behavior. There are a few people on the internet that actually have the truth, and they'll come out and tell the truth. You just got to be willing to listen to it. And then you can always go back and put the pieces of the puzzle together. If you can think deeply enough, it should be easy for you, but you just gotta listen to what people are saying sometimes. When Blue told Jaden she'll take Junior too, I think I talked about that over here in another video. When he tried to get Jaden to take custody of Junior because he said Chrisean was a bad mom and he wanted Jaden to have Junior. And Jaden was wondering why. See, but that's what I'm saying once again. Jaden will literally just go along with anything. Not to say of course she didn't go along with actually taking Junior, but the fact that Chrisean fucked her child up so bad that Blueface doesn't think she'll be a good mom. And then you look at Jaden, you'll be like, oh, well, she a good babysitter, so she can watch the kid. You know how disrespectful that is? And all Jaden did was just sit there and laugh. What they want Blue for? Are you talking about the investigation? Or I forgot what I just mentioned him in. Where were the nurses kicked out of the room? Why were the nurses kicked out of the room? I don't think I've heard anything about that before. The nurses being kicked out the room. Hold on, let me think. Yeah, I don't think I've heard anything about that before. Did Ronnie say that or who? So Tessa was working at G. Yeah. Tessa was a cook in the cafeteria when Junior was born. And when they found out when they found out that Chrisean was the one that gave birth to this baby that was going through withdrawals, and they found out it was Tessa's sister, Tessa got fired, and that's how Chrisean ended up promising Tessa a restaurant, was because it was her fault she got fired from the hospital. Flying around with a newborn with a hernia, just yeah, and then y'all remember too, Chrisean never had no car seat back then. Cause remember, Scotty was the one that bought Junior his first car seat, and Chrisean didn't get that car seat until like 2 months or so after he was born. So Chrisean would be flying around everywhere with Junior, and she would just be carrying him around like he was a fucking piece of laundry or something. Because back then he's a newborn, so he's small. So she put him in that fucking dirty ass bear onesie and then keep it pushing basically. But he didn't have no car seat to sit in. Whenever she'd get to her destination, Junior would just be riding around in her arms or placed on the front seat or something like that. We now know. But yeah, Junior didn't have no car seat or nothing, just flying around, car seat, all that. The feds. Oh, Blueface is a part of Ronnie's unaliving too. He had a hand in his unaliving from behind from behind bars. Uh, a lot of people had a hand in Ronnie's murder. It wasn't just Chrisean. Chrisean was absolutely involved in it, and she was the spearhead of it, 1,000%. But there were several people that was involved in Ronnie's murder, and Blueface was one of them. Wack 100 was another one. Um, we're not gonna get too deep into it today because I'm finna get off, y'all. But yeah. I want to say I talked about it. Hold on, let me go to my channel and see. I did a live that's called How Ronnie Doe and Chrisean Played the Internet. Towards the end of that, well, that video is like 4 hours long too. So probably towards the middle of that video, I talk about it. And then I want to say the video that's called it's the video that says Chrisean's mukbang, Blueface and Chrisean reunite again, something, something else. But the thumbnail says can't get enough of you, baby. I want to say I talked about it a little bit in that video too, but I have a couple videos on my channel where I talk a little bit about who was allegedly who was all involved in Ronnie's passing. Yeah, they don't want the truth. Most people don't want the truth. They just want to go along with the popular narrative of things. And then when people that do want to share the truth, when they come up and start talking, then those people get called liars. Blueface, Carlissa, and Wack. Yeah, there's quite a few people involved in Ronnie's murder. So if you're saying hashtag justice for Ronnie, but you're still a Blueface fan and you're still supporting Blueface, I got something I gotta tell y'all. That's why I say I don't think anybody in the circus should really still have fans and supporters. But y'all support who y'all want to, though, I guess. That's crazy. He really is extremely slow. You let Chrisean talk you into some shit like that, now you got to deal with it. Especially after everything that Blueface went through in prison, just for him to do some shit that would send him back to prison. Yeah, Blueface is a lost cause for real. She did wait days after her water broke and admitted to alcohol. Yeah. I remember Carlissa was down there when it happened. Yeah, Carlissa, they say Carlissa was down there. And then of course Wack 100 was the one that even broke the story of Ronnie passing to the internet. I don't even think they tried to like make it look like they weren't involved for real. Cause for the life of me, I don't understand why Wack 100 would ever think it was a good idea for him to be the one that breaks that story to the internet. Um, I'm so happy that you're here on YouTube because I used to stalk you on X. You always bring the truth and nothing but the truth. I do what I can, y'all. And like I said, if it's not my information or anything like that, I always try to tell y'all where I got the information from so y'all can follow those people too. I really don't follow I'll follow some people for like the entertainment purposes because some of these content creators are actually funny. So when it starts getting to stuff like behind the scenes, I won't really I guess I'll say I'll take what they say with uh take whatever they say with a grain of salt. But like for the entertainment portion, I'll listen to them. But there's really only two people that I listen to as far as like if I want the actual truth of things. And then, like I said, every once in a while, somebody from Baltimore might come out and say something. Sometimes stuff will get sent to me in the DMs. I found out a lot that way too, you know. But I try to give out as much information as I can, of stuff that's actually been confirmed. Um, when you get a chance, go back and look when Hands Jr. This Sunday, it looks like he has a bruise on him. Slow it down. Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at that. I'll have to go back and look at that. 'Cause there's a lot of videos and pictures where Junior has bruises and marks on him, and I don't know if it's the filters that Chrisean uses or what, but a lot of the times it's hard to see them, like, they're really faint. Um And Wack went online saying he had a picture of Ronnie on the ground. Yeah. Wack did a lot of self-incriminating shit just to find out that he absolutely was involved with it. Chrisean water was leaking for 3 days, and that alone caused major damage to the unborn child. Yeah, and I remember her saying that she just thought she was wet. I don't Chrisean like I said, y'all, earlier, y'all know I said sometimes I just start thinking about this shit and it's just completely ridiculous, but water leaking for 3 days and she's talking about, "Oh, I just thought I was wet." Like, come on. Somebody go look for me. I think it's the 10:35, 10:40 mark. Um, I seen a video of Quell saying you don't have to worry about no ninjas claiming your baby anymore. Quell be saying a lot. I'll leave it there. Quell be saying a lot. And Blue do shit to spite Carlissa and Jay when it comes to rock, and that's what's gonna have him begging Jay for candy bars. Yeah, he does. I don't once again, I don't know why anybody hypes, especially Jaden. I don't know why. Carlissa is like I can kind of give her a little bit of a pass because that's his mom, no matter what. But Jaden, I don't know why anybody gives her a pass on why she still puts up with his shit when he will cross her out every single time for Chrisean. He really will. The rock tards be saying that shit, but low key he does. Low key, he does. The positions that Blueface has put himself in life, all behind just going along with what Chrisean says to do, it's a problem for real. And it seems like he still hasn't learned his lesson at all. Let me read one more comment and then we're gonna get up out of here. I wonder why she never wanted to get him help in the beginning. I don't think I think Chrisean had already because like I said, she already knew while she was pregnant that something was wrong with Junior. So she knew it was something that she couldn't reverse or anything like that. I think Chrisean accepted that a long time ago that Junior was disabled and it couldn't be reversed. But I think that's what like fueled her hate for him basically. And that's what caused her not to want to get him any help too is that she knew he was already disabled. All of it is irreversible. There's nothing she can do about it for real. She knows that he wasn't gonna be here for a long time. I think it was a lot of different things in play as to why she didn't get him any help. But I think overall, above everything, it's because she hates him for real. And she she knows he's not gonna survive, so what's the point of getting him help for real? And so for now, she's just gonna play with him on the internet until he passes away, basically, and she can play victim about it. I think that is what it is. But all right, y'all. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I will probably see y'all. I guess technically it's Saturday now. Damn, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Um, yeah, I'll probably see y'all later today. We'll do a live about Jaden. But thank y'all for coming out. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Bye y'all.